Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Hour 2, the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM network. Over the next hour, we have a jam-packed day in the sports world, and we'll start with a big discussion. So the most marketable athlete in the world right now appears to be female. Why this is a huge deal for Caitlin Clark, and how the WNBA needs to handle her meteoric rise. And, well, of course, we'll get to some of that drama that happened in the Fever game last night. At 7:20, we go on to our daily baseball bets and where Bryce Harper got his trademark confidence from. The answer might surprise you. At 7:40, we used to have Women of Wagertainment Wednesdays. Now it's Wine About It Wednesdays, which honestly I like better as a female, because this is one of my favorite hobbies, is complaining about things. And again, I am humbly asking that we can drink wine during this segment while we whine about it. But that's been put on ice for now. So maybe next week. Until then, I will just be drinking coffee. So last night, Jenks, we have a new winner of the Stanley Cup. It is the Florida Panthers, back-to-back winners, and they did it in impressive fashion, crushing the Oilers 5-1 last night. They're only minus 150 on the money line. This was one of your best bets. Mm-hmm. Why were you so confident in the Panthers last night?
They're just far and away the better team. That sounds crazy to say when you're talking about how good Edmonton is. But if you watch these playoffs, this was, to me, it was one of those perfect instances where you can look at numbers and you can look at metrics, but if you just watched, like Edmonton to win took everything they had. It had to be a grind. They had to force overtime, and those games are always 50-50 games. But when the Panthers went out and when they won, at times it wasn't even close. Like Edmonton, once they fell behind early in some of these games, you knew, oh, man, they're just going to have a hard time with the Panthers. And frankly, I'm a big person when it comes to looking at teams, looking at matchups. It really is about the goalies, and Edmonton could never get settled with Stuart Skinner. When you have the talent that Florida has, and you have experienced talent, you've already been there, you've already won, then you bring in Brad Marchand, and, oh, by the way, you've got Bob between the pipes, Sergei Bobrovsky. That's just a tough road to hoe for any team, even a team as good as the Oilers. And it just looked like throughout, even when Edmonton won, it just looked like the Panthers were in control. And in front of that home crowd, I just thought it would be a pretty easy Florida win, and that's what we saw.
Yeah, sometimes the best team just wins, and it's easy for them. Or maybe not easy, because obviously it wasn't a sweep in the Stanley Cup final, but still, speak this to me in basketball terms. Like, is this very similar to the NBA Finals? Because, like, you could say a lot of the same things about the Pacers and the Thunder. Maybe not to this level, and maybe I would go back to the Western Conference, finals and say this would be similar to the Thunder facing off with the Nuggets, because the other dynamic is that you have this great player. You know, you have the Nikola Jokic and Connor McDavid, which, let me ask you about this. Well, okay, let's stay on this question for just a second. Basketball equivalent, is it like the Thunder facing the Nuggets, or is it like what we're seeing in the NBA Finals?
I don't know. It's difficult because, I mean, this is a championship, right? So you're not talking about the same conference. And then when you look at the Pacers, I think some people would say, well, the Pacers, they've proven themselves to be the best team in the Eastern Conference, but I think this is more of two heavyweights going at it. Like, potentially it would be Thunder and Celtics in an ideal world, right? Where you have so much talent on both sides, and yet one team just seems far and away better. And, you know, there are some nuances to both sides of that argument, but ultimately, when you're the Oilers are a team, let me put it this way. Outside of the Panthers, the Oilers are probably a team that could beat anyone else in a Stanley Cup final, just not the Panthers, because of how the Panthers have played throughout the playoffs, and not just this season, but over the past couple of seasons as well.
That has to be crushing, emotionally to get this far and just the same team send you home, at the final level 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
And then I want to ask you about Connor McDavid, because obviously he is a supremely talented player. He was the favorite, I believe, to win the Conn Smythe, even though his team wasn't favored to win the Stanley Cup. What does this do to his legacy? Because understandably so, if you win a Stanley Cup, it is a huge check mark on your resume.
Right.
But the fact that he didn't really, I don't want to say this incorrectly because I am not a huge hockey person, but it feels like he wasn't as much of a presence in the Stanley Cup final as I think people expected.
No, that's absolutely true. He had one goal in the Stanley Cup final, which is A, partially because he didn't get it done, and B, partially because the Panthers were super physical and super fast throughout. Like, I forget which game it was where, they were just checking him and knocking him all over the place and keeping him from getting his skates under him and getting some speed and getting to the net. And so when you're that physical with a guy like that who is that skilled, that's how you have to keep him off his game. Ultimately, Connor McDavid is only 28 years old. So he is widely regarded as the best hockey player on the planet. He still has a ton of time. So yes, long term, does he need this for his legacy? Yes. It will not change the fact he's an incredible hockey player. Already is with what he's done. He could retire tomorrow, be a Hall of Famer. He's that good. But he also has plenty of time to get this done.
Yeah. So again, only 28 years old. This is not the last we will be hearing of Connor McDavid. All right. So heavy is the head that wears the crown. And listen, the crown right now, it feels like the entire sports landscape is being worn by a female, and her name is Caitlin Clark. So Jenks, we were kind of having this discussion. I think it was after yesterday's show, is that I kept having these thoughts, and one thing would lead to another, and I just keep going to another level. And it's like, my first thought was, I think Caitlin Clark is more marketable than just about any other NBA player. And I feel like she's the most marketable basketball player, men or women's side. And I said, that's not even that hot of a take, because I was watching the NBA finals and she had more commercials airing during game 5 of the NBA finals than any NBA player, which is a wild fact. Like, obviously we know she's supremely popular, but like, if you zoom out and look at like the NBA versus the WNBA over the last 20 years, like, this is a big deal. But then I got to the conclusion that I think she's in the conversation for one of the most marketable athletes in the world. Am I wrong?
No, I actually think you're spot on. Caitlin Clark has handled this perfectly from the outset. And the number one reason why is she never takes the bait. Think about it. Before she came out, you had all these WNBA players before her because they're angry, right? They set the stage. There have been incredible women's basketball players before Caitlin Clark. And so they're upset. We're not getting the attention she's getting. It's not Caitlin's fault. She never took the bait. All right? Even with Angel Reese, all of that surrounding them whenever they play against each other, when she's asked about it, she just takes the high road, doesn't take the bait. Last night we saw it again. She got poked in the eye. Someone comes and knocks her to the floor. She's upset. She just walked away. She was asked about it after the game. What did she say? Let's just keep it about basketball. She's had every opportunity to take the bait and say something, and she won't. What does that mean? It means she's more marketable because she's not taking a side. She's keeping it about basketball. I read this study, a guy named Ryan Brewer at Indiana University of Columbus, and he ran the numbers, and he says that this season, Clark's estimated economic impact on the WNBA by herself could be around $1 billion. And her game is only getting better. So when you stay very likable, we're getting to know her very slowly, and you keep it about basketball, and you're only going to get better, I think she's number one.
I think so too. And maybe I'm having like an America-centric view, because maybe there's a soccer player I'm not thinking about. But think about how many people know who Caitlin Clark is. And I've noticed this when I do anything on social media regarding Caitlin Clark, is that people were commenting yesterday, they didn't know who SGA was, the reigning MVP of the NBA, but they know who Caitlin Clark is because she is such a figurehead of so many things. And I understand that marketability is a nuanced thing. It's not simply, hey, you're the best in your sport. There are other things that go into it. And I thought you put it perfectly, the way that Caitlin Clark has handled herself, the way that she is marketable to people, it feels like of all ages, unless you see some of the things she says on the court. She gets animated. But after the game, she keeps her composure, and she always is the bigger person, which I think people really appreciate. And here's the interesting part, and why I don't understand why some of these WNBA players are doing this, is that when you push her down and when you commit these flagrant fouls, you are making people like her more. Because once again, she's not going to take the bait, and you look like the worst person. So I don't think that's even smart to do this to Caitlin Clark. I understand playing somebody physically because that's part of gamesmanship and trying to win a basketball game. But I feel like these WNBA players, they got to figure it out because they are just making themselves look like the villain. But from a viewing perspective, every good show or series needs a heel. And I feel like the WNBA is providing plenty of those for Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, and you know what? They're hurting themselves, honestly. That's the crazy thing about it. Like, there's this line where you're being so petty. You're being so petty because you hate that she's getting all of this attention. Caitlin Clark didn't do anything last night. She got poked in the eye. If you poke anyone in the eye, guess what? They're going to be pretty unhappy with you. And then she shows how unhappy she is. She gets knocked to the floor. Like, not only are you hurting her, I mean, physically, they've got to curtail this, but also you're going to eventually hurt your own earning power because you may not like it, and you might be petty about it, and you might be jealous about it. But ultimately, she's the moneymaker. She's the one driving this attention for herself, for her team, and for this league. And that's a difficult thing, I think, for these players to reconcile. Like, I hate she's getting this attention. It just drives me crazy. I'm going to knock her to the ground. But also, why are people watching? Why are you guys getting fans that you've never gotten before? Whether you like it or not, whether it's fair or not, she is the reason.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are pointing to like jealousy as a factor, but it doesn't make sense because speaking, from a place of like the WNBA just didn't have the eyeballs. And, it's a place where the WNBA just doesn't have the salary level that some of these other men's sports have. So I think you need to step back and realize like a win for Caitlin Clark and marketability, and her brand power across the world is a win for females everywhere. So it's a win, and you need to realize that. And it's not something that's just like within a game. And I understand this too. And I think maybe a lot of people aren't really talking about this, but like Caitlin Clark is antagonistic. Like when you watch her, she's almost like Luka Doncic. She is constantly running her mouth. And listen, I think it's kind of awesome because it's one of those things that these are the most marketable players in the NBA, the guys that talk trash. Like Anthony Edwards, I feel like has been like passed the crown so many times prematurely and be like, we want you to be the face of the NBA. And it just, he can't get the job done in the postseason. So people can't handle it. But people want to see some level of personality with their players. And that's what goes into marketability as well. So it just feels like all the factors are lining up perfectly for Caitlin Clark. Just for the sake of discussion, like who else is in the conversation? Like when it comes to most marketable athletes in the United States, like is it Ohtani? Even though he doesn't speak English, like just because he is an international superstar and obviously he's a generational talent, like who else is even in the conversation? LeBron?
LeBron, certainly. I honestly think too that Travis Kelce is in the conversation because now he has this massive crossover audience, right? Where, all these Swifties they love Travis Kelce now. They follow Travis Kelce. So if he does something, they're going to follow that. And also, I know he's not playing any longer, but Shaq, to me, remains one of the most marketable personalities on the planet just because he's so likable and he's such a good dude. Like, whether it's, the General or, Papa John's or Icy Hot. Like, this is just off the top of my head. And I'm sure there are others. Like, Shaq is everywhere because people see him, and he's just so funny. He has a great sense of humor. And being on Inside the NBA has helped that because we've gotten to know him even more. So I think Shaq is certainly up there as well.
Well, and I think people respond to authenticity. Like, doesn't it feel like Shaq is always himself? Yes. I think you can say that about Caitlin Clark because she is not one of those personalities that like says a bunch of stuff in the post game. But like if you listen to her, she's like very sarcastic and she has a good sense of humor.
Mm-hmm.
It's just you kind of have to pay attention. So it's one of those things that I think people can tell when you're trying to portray a character, and it just feels like she's not doing that. She is 100% being herself. She doesn't even have social media, does she? Like, it's wild what she is doing without even that platform, and she doesn't need it. All right, coming up next, we go to our best plays in Major League Baseball and a fun little story about Bryce Harper and his dad and why confidence is super important for kids growing up, and we've seen it in Bryce Harper. That's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back on a Wednesday. It is June the 18th. And how about before we start this segment where we're going to hand out our baseball bets, how about you register or try your hand at a free bet? Because over at BetMGM, they're giving you a chance to win a bonus bet. All you have to do is go on X and follow us at the BetMGM network, at BetMGM network. There is no "the" in there. We are not the Ohio State. Follow BetMGM on Instagram and tag a friend. That's all you have to do. You might as well do it, because who doesn't want a bonus bet? I don't know if we can do this, but I might try. All right, Jenk. So before we get to our baseball bets, I saw this story on Instagram, and I thought it was really fascinating because when I think of Bryce Harper, I think of, obviously, he's a very talented baseball player, but I always think about like how confident he is. And some people will say to the point of cockiness. And there is a reason why some people do not like Bryce Harper, and it's because it feels over the top sometimes. But sometimes I wonder, I'm like, where did he get this? And then like the first time I saw his dad, and I was like, oh, there we go. Like, do you remember, what was it, like the home run derby? And maybe you had more interactions with Bryce Harper and his family because obviously he was there in DC and you covered him. But when you looked at his dad, like, did you kind of have the same feeling that I had? And it was like, oh, okay, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Yeah, it was bro. Bro. Yeah, look, parents clearly, obviously, have a huge influence on their kids. But sometimes you'll see a particular parent, like, on one side or the other, and you just, like, their kid is a mirror of that particular parent. And I felt like a lot of people felt this way. Like, oh, you are definitely your father's son.
Yeah. But I feel like when it comes to confidence, I feel like, especially in sports and especially in a game of failure like baseball, I think it's actually helpful to have like your cup overflowing with confidence, because you kind of need it, even to the point of, like, I don't want to say delusion, because Bryce Harper is supremely good. He is a 5-tool baseball player, and he has always been that way, even at a very young age. That's why he was like a phenom, even at like age 18. But I think it's really important, and now that I'm a parent myself, to instill some level of confidence in your kid. Because listen, if you don't believe in yourself, like, why would you even try? You know, Don't let the fear of striking out keep you from playing the game. So I saw this quote on Instagram, and Bryce Harper was talking about his dad. And like, we kind of poke fun of like, hey, they're both cocky bros, but I think he's onto something here. And it makes me respect his dad a lot more. And there were some little things that Bryce Harper's dad did growing up that to this day, Bryce Harper can still sit down and talk about as like, obviously, a core memory. And I thought it was really interesting. Here is Bryce Harper talking about his dad and some of the things he did for him as a child.
He would go buy the best baseballs in the store, and it'd be like Baden or like A1010, just so that we had pearls so that we could hit the ball as far as we could. He wanted us to have the confidence in everything that we did. So like, I'd go deep on a 200-foot fence, and I'd go, 225 feet, 230 feet. But these baseballs were hard as a rock, just like professional baseballs, right? And so, we'd go into 300-foot fences, and I'm like 12, and I'm going deep on 300-foot fences, and it's like going 335, and I'd be like, gosh, dang, dude, these balls are jumping, And so, like, as I got older, I was thinking, I'm like sitting there going, Dad, why? I never knew. And he goes, you know why I did that? He said, because I wanted you to have the confidence to go deep in any park that you hit. No matter if it was a high school ballpark or a little league ballpark or anything else, I wanted you to have the confidence. And it doesn't, I don't care. Like he goes, I'll never blink and wish I had that money back, because I wanted to instill that confidence in everything that you did when you were younger, no matter what. And so I always thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. Especially now as an adult, Bryce Harper kind of realizes why his dad did it. And I think this is so important for fathers, for coaches even, because I don't know if you have a memory like this where like either a coach or somebody said something to you and you got such a huge boost of confidence that like it's a core memory. Like I remember I had a basketball coach and I think my dad did this as well, where when you were playing basketball and there was a free throw situation where it was 1-1, and we would have a timeout before the free throw, and he would say, okay, after you make this free throw, we are going to run this play. Or after you make this shot, we are going to do this. Kind of instilling the confidence, saying, hey, we're not even accepting the possibility of you missing the free throw. We believe that you're going to make this shot. And I thought that was such a good way to look at things, because especially for kids, like, you have to build confidence somehow. So when you hear an adult do this, like, it's a huge deal.
Oh, yeah, massively. I didn't have this in sports, but if you're talking about your career, like Bryce is a professional baseball player, I'm a broadcaster. I had someone pull me aside early in my career, really early, and I always sort of lack confidence. Like, I'm always driven by fear of not doing well, and I was having a hard time with my sports director when I was in Austin, and he was very, very strict about how he wanted things done and didn't want any real personality to show. And it was just I didn't really believe in that. And I felt like I was stunted. So I was doing my thing. I'm like, I'm going to keep doing what I believe works here. And I was just getting a lot of pushback from that. And in one day, I was walking off the set and I kind of had my head down. I was trying to figure it out. And one of the main anchors pulled me aside. And by the way, this guy, Walt Macaborski, I'll say his name, just won Texas Broadcaster of the Year for 2025. Congratulations to Walt. He pulled me aside, and it just imprinted on me. He goes, hey, come here. He goes, you're really good. I want you to know that. I know you're getting a lot of pushback in there, and I don't know what he's telling you, but keep doing what you're doing. It's really good, and people are taking note. Just keep doing it, okay? And I was like, okay. And I just needed someone to back me up and to tell me you're not way off base, because when you're not getting support, then you start to doubt yourself, your confidence drops, then your performance drops. And to have someone I already respected greatly, who was already a veteran, say, okay, kid, I know you're getting this from, a couple sides here. I want you to keep on this path. Massive to me.
Yeah, and sometimes it only takes one person.
Yeah.
Like, it's that one person that will push you through whatever, tough time you're going through. And that's all it takes to keep going. So I know it's very easy to say, like, one person can't make a difference, but they definitely can. And I think we've seen it time and time again, at least when it comes to confidence and the ripple effects. All right, Jenks, do we have confidence in our baseball plays today? We have a biggish slate, a bigly slate. I feel like that's a Trump word that maybe I should very bigly. Okay, so let's start on the slate by should we start with the Phillies Marlins game?
Sure.
This game yesterday was kind of tricky. I'm glad I wasn't on the Phillies yesterday, because we had Nick Castellanos, who was taken out of the lineup because of something offensive he said. I don't know if he's back in the lineup today. But one person I do trust is Ranger Suarez. Ranger Suarez won me some money last start, and this start, I'm probably going to be on him again in some way, shape, form, or fashion. So Ranger Suarez goes for the Phillies today, 5-1, 2.32 ERA. But the Phillies are big favorites on the money line, minus 200. Miami plus 160. They did win yesterday, but it's Adam Mazur who starts for the Fish today. Total of 7.5 runs. Jenks, did you look at this game, and are you playing it?
Yes, this will be on the card for me. I'm taking the Phillies on the first 5-run line. I found it at minus 135. So we know about Ranger Suarez. He's been awesome. I'm sure you might be on his earned runs prop. Not a bad bet either. He has allowed 3 earned runs total in his last 33 2/3 innings. So you could make on him any day of the week. But also on the other side, you had Adam Mazur. And what do you know about Adam Mazur? I didn't know much, but after doing my research, he just had a cup of coffee in the majors like last year. So he was sent down to AAA, and pretty good in AAA, ERA of 3.62. But during his short time in the majors, which came last season, he had an ERA of 7.49 over 33 2/3 innings, and he's facing a Phillies lineup, which can disappoint, but is still in the top 10 when it comes to the first 5 innings. So I'm going to fade Mazur, back Suarez, and go Phillies in the first 5.
Yeah, I'll be on that, I think. That or the first 5 or the earned runs prop for Ranger Suarez if you don't want to trust the Phillies lineup. But I'll say this, like, yesterday was not a great showing from the bats, but again, Nick Castellanos was not in the lineup. But if you look at their last 5 games, they've scored at least 7 runs in 3 of those. So even with Bryce Harper out of the lineup, the bats have appeared to be a little bit better over this recent stretch. So I do like the Phillies today. All right, speaking of good pitchers that you can trust, Tariq Skubal going for the Tigers today, but Detroit is minus 295 on the money line. So maybe we will have to find a creative way to back Skubal here. Or if you like the Pirates, Andrew Heaney is going 3-5 despite a 3.33 ERA, a total of 7 runs. So Jenks, I guess you could approach it that way. You could look at a total, you could look at a run line. What sticks out to you about this game?
I am deciding if I want to go with another big card. I mean, when you get up for the week, you're like, I'll just write it out and not worry about it. But the more I look at this card, the more I like it. I think I'm going to take the Tigers on the run line here. The first 5 run line would be amazing, but the run line for this game is minus 1.5 in the first 5. If you want the Tigers minus a half run, which is their normal run line in the first 5, you're looking at minus 190, which is just stupid. Like, there's no way you can just play that. You just can't do it. But you can get the Tigers on the full game run line. I'm looking around. I'm finding a minus 110. I have to look around and see if I can find a better price. That's not bad just because here's the thing about Skubal. He's Tariq Skubal. We know what he can do. But also, I just love his old school mentality, which is, what is he going to do? He's going to try to pitch deep into every game. And he keeps doing it. He keeps going 7, maybe 8 innings. He wants to do that. And then, even if it's close late, the Tigers can have a lot of success against that Pirates bullpen, which is really, really bad. Like, this could be 3-0, and the Tigers could cover the run line here. So I think I'm going to play Detroit full game run line.
Yeah, I like that or an under. Like, if you don't want to trust the Tigers offense, which I don't know why you wouldn't, because it's one of the better offenses in baseball, maybe you could argue that Andrew Heaney is at least a decent starter, but, like, look at the win-loss record. Like, that's what you're playing here. Like, ERA doesn't make that much of a difference if you're playing a money line or a run line bet. So I think you could go that route or, man, some of these props on Tariq Skubal. You ain't surprising nobody if you're like, hey, I think Tariq Skubal is going to do good today. His earned runs allowed, over-under, is a half run.
Jesus, a half run? That's
he has
stupid.
to go a shutout for you to win that bet.
God, no thanks.
I don't think so.
I mean, because
See you later.
It can take a fluke swing, too. You know what I mean? Like, you can sometimes... sometimes baseball just works that way. So, God. I mean, it just speaks to how dominant he is and why he's heavy minus money to win the Cy Young. So, and plus, when everyone sees Skubal on the mound, they immediately start looking for ways to bet it, and we're going to do the same. I'll go Tigers full game run line, but that's the only way I can find where there's any sort of value, Chelsea.
Yeah, I think that's one of those where it's like, okay, the numbers caught up. We know you can trust him, but, like, you going to have to trust him a lot to throw a shutout in this instance, which, maybe it happens, but I don't think I want to put my money on it. Speaking of shutouts, the Yankees have been on the wrong end of a bunch of those. It's been 29 innings since the Yankees have scored a run. With that lineup. So I understand if you are the Colorado Rockies and you don't score a run for like 3 games. We get it. Your lineup is like a AAA lineup, which the Rockies have been winning games.
I know.
But the Yankees, it has been a tough stretch for the Yankees. My goodness. Like I mentioned, 29 straight innings without a run, and they've scored a total of 5 runs over the last 59 innings. So I'm looking at this total today, Jenks, where it's a 9.5 between the Angels and the Yankees. I know the pitchers don't look like they have great stuff here. Jack Chanowitz is 3-8 with a 5.53 ERA. Ryan Yarbrough is 3-1 with a 3.96 for the Yankees. Are we playing the under here, or do the Yankees bats eventually, look a little bit better and look closer to their payroll?
God, I don't know. I think I'm going to stay away from this game. I've seen a couple people on the Yankees run line. I'm like, okay, best of luck, I guess. I will say, Kachanowicz is definitely fadeable. He's one of those guys that if the Yankees are going to hit, then this is the night that they probably break out of that slump, because I have faded Kachanowicz a couple times during this show, and generally it has worked out. And also he's on the road. The Yankees are at home. But, man, just the way that those bats have been performing recently, I don't know if I feel real comfortable playing anything here. Maybe the Yankees on the run line, but even then, honestly, this is one of those games where I think I just look elsewhere on the board.
Yeah, but I think it's one of those buyer beware situations. Like, that's
Yes.
the reason I mentioned this one, because I think a lot of people just see the Yankees and the Angels. They're like, oh, why wouldn't you play the Yankees here?
Yeah.
Yankees have gotten beaten twice in a row by the Angels, and it's now their third straight loss because they lost to the Red Sox 2-0 on Sunday. So maybe you wait till the Yankees get off the schneid before you back them in that situation, especially at that price. So it's a no thank you, please, for the Yankees. That or the under 9.5. All right, coming up next here on the show, we go to a Wine About It Wednesday, where it's time to get some complaining off our chest. That's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're awake, we're off, we're running. Not by choice, but we are here. And we're going to complain about it because that's what I like doing. So, Jenks, in a few minutes, we'll have our Whine About It Wednesday. There is a fan base that's probably been doing a lot of whining lately, and that is the Boston Red Sox fans. So last night, Rafi Devers got his first hit as a San Francisco Giant. And I feel like there has been so many angles to this story where people are kind of picking sides and saying, hey, Rafi Devers was right. He was put in a terrible situation. And you don't trade away the face of the franchise. In fact, Manny Ramirez even said that. I think he was one of the former Red Sox that kind of spoke out about this because obviously everybody wants to hear the opinion of guys who played on the team and guys who are beloved figures. Mm-hmm. But the one that I can't get past, because there are a lot of people who are coming to the defense of Devers, but this one kind of irked me. The fact that David Ortiz, Big Papi, one of the most lovable figures in Red Sox history, was saying that he used to text advice to Rafi Devers a lot. And he was saying that Rafi Devers did not return his texts and didn't respond to some of these texts.
Yeah.
Can you imagine, not responding to Big Papi, somebody who is trying to give you advice? Like, this is one of those things where I know I see all of the guys who are coming to, the defense of Rafi Devers saying it's a good teammate or whatever. Like, that's a bad look. Like, that one really irked me.
Yeah, it's certainly not great when you don't respond to a legend and someone who is rightfully elevated in Red Sox lore. The only thing that I could say that maybe makes sense is that at least it seems to me, and I don't know, Boston fans would know this more than I do, it seems to me that Big Papi is very closely aligned with the needs and wants of the franchise itself. So if it's Rafi Devers, maybe you have a hard time trusting who, in his mind, would be an extension of the organization. Not just someone who played for the Red Sox. I mean someone who is in line with what upper management wants, with what the franchise wants, not just someone who's suited up for Boston. But ultimately, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, like, I understand maybe there's some of that in there, because I get what you're saying. Like, maybe he was thinking that, like, David Ortiz was being used as a chess piece of the front office. And be like, hey, we're going to ask you to say this to Rafi Devers and get him on board with things. But all around, I think it's just like a difficult situation. Because, like, again, Rafi Devers was expected to change positions multiple times. And he is the face of the franchise and somebody who you'd think that your franchise would be built around instead of asking him to bend over backwards and do all of these things. So now he's with the Giants, and we'll see what the Giants get out of Rafi Devers. Because last night he did get a hit, and it does feel like Giants Nation. I don't know if that's a thing. I feel like every fan base is like, yes, we're Central Connecticut Nation. And you're like, no, are you a nation? Like Steeler Nation, yes. Cowboys Nation, yes. Some of these, I don't know about Giants Nation, but there are Giants fans. And they did seem appreciative of what Rafi Devers brought to the table. All right, so Red Sox fans, they've been complaining. Now it's our chance to get some whining off of our chest.
Why talk about it when you can whine about it?
Whine, whine, whine.
Here on Whining Wednesday.
Do you want to hear whining?
On the Daily Tip.
All right, James. I never need help with this segment. I feel like I always have something I want to complain about. But Jenks, I'll start with you. Mm-hmm. What has been bothering you as of late that you want to whine about it on this Wednesday?
You know, I've been having a hard time coming up with stuff, which is good because I try to stay positive. Yeah.
Hashtag blessed.
Hashtag blessed. Too blessed to be stressed. Here's the thing that always gets me, though. Whenever I go out to eat, like I've said this before on the show, that we are, in our household, we love Diet Coke. We drink Diet Coke like it's water. I mean, all the time. So I love a Diet Coke with my meal. When I drink, I'll have a nice glass of wine with a steak or something that pairs well, you know, some fish or something. But for the most part, I'd rather just have a Diet Coke with whatever I'm eating. So whenever I go to a restaurant, I mean, it is every single time. I think it's because, the wait staff isn't accustomed to getting an order, but they get the full order, what you want to drink. And I'll say, could I also get a Diet Coke? And happened this weekend in Annapolis, where everything's there, everything is served up perfectly. And then at the end, I'm like, can I also get that Diet Coke? And oh yeah, sorry. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because they don't get many orders that include a Diet Coke, but it's forgotten almost every single time. Like, it's just a running thing with me and Catherine. Like, we'll ask for the Diet Coke again because it's not going to come out. And it happens on a regular basis. Please respect the Diet Coke. That is my Whine About It Wednesday.
Like, that's such an easy one because all they have to do is pour it. Because I complain about this when you're sitting and waiting for your food and you order a drink and the drink never comes. And then it doesn't come till after the food gets there. And you're like, This was supposed to be my activity while I'm waiting for the food. Like, I don't want to sit here and drink my mojito with my steak. No, I wanted this 15 minutes ago. Now it's after the fact. Jenks, I know something that would make you angry since you're such a fan of Diet Coke. Okay. I saw a commercial the other day where it was for Pepsi. And so what it was, the premise was, it's like a hidden camera show where these Pepsi crashers go to parties and they throw away all of the Diet Coke and replace it with Pepsi.
Yeah.
This would make me irrationally angry. Like, I think I would sue them because, like, it's not the same thing. And if you're like, surprise, we replaced all your Diet Coke with Diet Pepsi, I think I would punch somebody in the face. Like, what would you do if somebody came to your house and replaced all of your Diet Coke with Diet Pepsi?
I'd be like, this is not a fun prank. This is proof that idiocracy is happening right in front of us. You guys are dumb. Bring back my Diet Coke. Like, what are you doing? I think this is a terrible prank. And I'll drink a Pepsi. It's fine. But it's not Diet Coke. It's not close. No. I can tell what kind of person you are. Do you drink Pepsi? Oh, I know. Yeah, I would be irrationally angry. I've had Pepsi before, and I'm just like, I guess I'll chug this down. I'm a big Coke person. Yeah, I would not appreciate that at all.
Yeah, it's not a replacement. Like, they're not interchangeable. It's like when I go to the Dunkin' Donuts and it's like all these high schoolers working and I order my refresher, which is green tea and, whatever orange pineapple flavor. And they're like, do you mind if we use coconut milk? I'm like, Do you think green tea and coconut milk are the same thing? No, it's not okay if you use coconut milk. Do you want me to throw this drink back at you? Because I will. So, yes.
That sounds awful. Milk. Yeah. That's not even close to being the same. That was a real suggestion?
They're idiots, Jenks. Like, these are not the Chick-fil-A workers. Let's just say that.
Okay, fair enough. No thanks.
All right, then. I haven't even got to my Whine About It Wednesday, and I've already complained about like 5 things on the show today. What are you complaining about today?
New segment idea: power rank fast food workers. Dunkin' at the bottom. Yeah. Chick-fil-A very high. Starbucks high up there as well. So I put something in the rundown that I was going to complain about, and then another thing happened last night, so I decided to complain about that instead. I was watching Mobland, a show that I'm very slowly, working my way through. And I had some other plans last night. Those plans being I wanted to start reading a book. I was telling Chelsea about it, Jenks. I'm reading a book that's 1,200 pages.
Oh, wow.
So I wanted a good start on that book. I made it through 7 pages last night. So, we're working
on your way.
I'm moving. But I wanted to start this book at a certain time before I went to bed. So I'm watching Mobland, and it is not buffering, but it keeps like cutting off the show. Okay. It goes to a commercial in the show because I'm not paying for the no ads thing. I'm not made of money over here. It goes to the point where it's a commercial and then commercial cuts off and says, unfortunately, we can't continue your stream. So I back out, restart it, restarts the entire commercial. I was like, so you found my place, but you didn't realize I was halfway through your 120-second commercial break. Restarts the commercial. It did that. I watched 2 episodes. It did that every time there was a commercial. I was ready to throw my television out my window.
Sounds awful.
Oh, no. This is like when ESPN asked you, like, when you want to watch a 15-second clip of Caitlin Clark making a three-pointer, and they're like, hey, here's a minute 30 of ads that you need to watch before you watch this 15-second clip. Like, what? I don't want to watch a minute 30 of something. I committed to 15 seconds of a video, not 2 minutes or however long that is, however much the math is. But then I would like to point out that it feels like you are the LeBron James of reading. Haven't you seen LeBron James when he opens a book? He's like, I'm reading this book. And you see he's on like page 1.
Page
It's
1.
you.
Thankfully, mine was not upside down. He's done the upside down bit once or twice, too.
He's an intellectual. All right, so I suppose it's my turn to complain about something, which, I've already done a lot. But here's the one that I've mentioned already this week, and it happened again. Listen, if I am watching sports, which is a family-friendly program, I'm watching the NBA Finals. I'm watching Dodgers, Padres, whatever. Do not put ads for supremely scary movies on these broadcasts. I am sitting on the couch with my 5-year-old. We don't need to see a minute preview of 28 Days Later with literal demons in it who are screaming from the depths of hell. This is not something that I want to talk to my 5-year-old daughter about in between Otani bats. I just don't want to do it. Because the other day it was like Jurassic Park, like the new Jurassic Park, and like at least that one's not demons, but still it's like you go from a peaceful baseball broadcast to like, a T-Rex just roaring at the top of its lungs, or I don't know the capacity of their lungs. It was just really loud, and it's just jarring. Like, put commercials who are the same, audience level of what the program is that you're watching.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, I don't really care. You know me. I don't watch anything. But I suppose it's different when you're watching family-friendly television. But aren't they supposed to have more targeted? I mean, I feel like you're on YouTube TV, right? Yeah?
Yeah.
More and more of those ads are getting targeted. So I think maybe at some, and also at some point, you have these massive ad buys, right, where they want to throw a new movie at everyone no matter what. But maybe that'll start to change a little bit over time. Because there are definitely ads that are targeted towards you, towards me, towards whoever is logged on or watching.
Yeah, but like I don't even want to be scared as an adult. Like I don't like scary movies. I like watching sports, which is why I'm watching sports and not the Sci-Fi Network or TCM or whoever plays, scary movies. So that's my one about a Wednesday. All right, coming up next, it's hour 3. We start by recapping the dominant win in the Stanley Cup by the Panthers. That's next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
From the BetMGM Network, it's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning on this Wednesday. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final 60 minutes, the Panthers hoist the cup for the second straight season. A recap of last night's Stanley Cup final is ahead. In 20 minutes, we'll check in on the latest in the majors, including the Rafi Devers trade that everyone's still talking about. That's when we bring in Gabe Lax from USA Today. The Donkster and our best bets come your way at 8:40. And welcome to our audience on Stadium. Good to have you here for our final hour. You can stream us on the Bally Sports Live app or on BallySportsLive.com. This morning, man, it was a dicey road to get here. I had quite the adventure because if you're just now joining the show, I would take Metro, but you can't really rely on it, and I would end up being late to work, I think, more often than not, which I don't want to do that, so I take an Uber or a Lyft. This morning I took a Lyft. Early on, this guy was banging, man. I get in the car. He was playing The Loonies. I got 5 on it. That's an old school raps, a great song. And I'm like, all right, I'm down for this. Let's go. He misses the turn. I'm not paying attention. I'm just like looking at headlines, getting ready for the show, learning some facts at the last second. And so he misses one turn. I look up. He goes, damn it, man, sorry. And I'm like, no, it's cool, it's cool. So he turns around, and we're getting to the turnoff here to get to the station, to get to this building. He misses that one, too. And I'm like, so I'm trying to be cool. He goes, man, don't worry, I got you. I'm like, all right. So he pulls up to a light, and it turns green. And he's trying to get me here as soon as possible. And I was up early this morning. Of course, the one time when I was going to get here super early. Now I'm running behind. And he's going to make a left where there's clearly a sign that says you cannot make a left. And even worse is that between the two lanes, there's this really high fence. So it's difficult to see oncoming traffic. I'm getting nervous because he's sitting there. And people behind him clearly see that he's trying to make an illegal left-hand turn. So someone pulls up next to us, rolls down the window and starts yelling at us. This guy, my driver, rolls down his window and goes, shut your ass up. And I was like, oh, okay, here we go. And then we make the left turn, and I'm like, if this goes poorly, I'm the one getting hit here because we're turning with my side facing the oncoming traffic. So we made it, and then this guy goes, sorry about that, but DC. Does a stoplight really mean stop? And I was like, yeah, actually. Look, I didn't say that. I was like, oh, yeah, I get it. But I'm also like, you should probably stop when the light is red or there's a stop sign. That's for everyone's safety. So I got out, thanked him for the ride, and got here. But that was a small adventure I didn't necessarily want to have this morning.
Jenks, have you thought about getting a car? I was thinking about maybe we can pool our money together and do a Kickstarter and buy you a junker car or like a Ford Windstar or like Aerostar. Like the most, like let's get you like the funniest car possible. Like remember when, I forget who it was. Was it Jay Cutler who used to drive like a big minivan or it was like a conversion van to Bears Camp? Like, do that. How much can a junker car really cost? And I understand inflation is terrible these days, but like, I don't know. Let's spend a couple grand and get you your own wheels.
How about we spend it on something that's not a large minivan?
No.
Why not get something smaller, easier to park, easier to maneuver, especially for someone who doesn't have kids? Why would I go with a Windstar or an Aerostar? That thing will barely be going.
Because it would be funny, and you could dominate the road.
Funny for you. I'd be like, why did Chelsea talk me into getting this WinStar? What a terrible mistake I made. Should have just walked
Because we're
here.
investing.
Ugh,
if we are investing in your car,
investment.
I'm going to get you something funny. That or like, how about a Miata? And I'll tell you, like, I know
I'll
we're
drive
gonna
a
get to
Miata.
sports here in a second. So when Jake was doing rehab in Arizona for baseball, not for something else,
Okay.
they only had one rental car left, and it was a convertible Miata that was so small it didn't even have cup holders. So he literally had to hold his cup in his lap, and he looked like he was just bebopping around Scottsdale, Arizona's little Miata. And Jake's like a big guy, so it was a funny sight to see. So you could get a Miata.
I'll do a Miata. I mean, Jake's huge. Jake is what, 6'4", something like that, 6'5"?
No, he's 6'2".
Okay.
But he's like a big guy. And
He's a big
Miatas
dude.
are like for small humans.
Oh, great. Everyone knows I'm 4'8", 120. So maybe I can squeeze in a Miata. Yeah, not a problem.
I want it to be funny.
I would honestly rather drive a Miata than a Ford Aerostar or a Ford minivan. Oh, getting around the city in that bad boy would not be great. But at least I survived today. Got some nice music on the way, and then there was nearly road rage there at the end. But we made it. Just like the Panthers made it last night. Back-to-back titles, crushing the Oilers 5-1. Panthers minus 150 on the money line. Total set at 6 and a hook. The under hits, and Sam Reinhart putting on a show.
Now it's Ekblad. Forsling. Ahead for Hagee. And it stayed in. Nurse saved it for a moment. But Barkov swings it across. Empty net scores. Hat-trick goal for Sam Reinhart. His first ever in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Oh, but he was not done. Call courtesy of Sportsnet. Reinhart with 4 goals on the night becomes the 6th player since Rocket Richard in 1957 to score 4 goals in a single game in a final between the pipes. Sergei Bobrovsky stops 28 of 29 shots, and Florida joins the Immortals.
The Florida Panthers back-to-back Stanley Cup champions.
Yep, first to do it since the Lightning did it in 2020 and 2021. They have now 11 of 12 playoff series wins since Paul Maurice arrived as head coach just 3 years ago, I should say. And Sam Bennett wins the Conn Smythe Trophy as your playoff MVP. 15 goals for the Panthers during the playoffs, racking up 22 points in 23 games. It sort of felt like a lot of people did yesterday, where the Panthers just looked like they were a notch above the Oilers the entire time, as good as Edmonton has been this season, and we certainly saw that play out last evening.
Yeah, and it's still damn impressive what the Panthers have done over the last 2 years, because we've seen this story before where a team looks to be the most dominant team in whatever league, but you still have to execute. So the Panthers have still executed to perfection in this postseason, in this Stanley Cup final, because the Oilers are no slouch. Even though last night they kind of looked like it, a very disappointing effort in an elimination game that ended your season. But still, the Panthers certainly deserve their flowers for their run over the last 2 seasons. Going back-to-back in any sport is extremely difficult, but I feel like especially in hockey, where there's puck luck, where, a game can be flipped on its ear by 1 goal just by the fact that, scoring's at a premium, it just makes what the Panthers have done that much more impressive.
Yeah, and they just made all the right moves. Maurice has been a great addition 3 years ago. Then they bring in Brad Marchand at the trade deadline, so he gets another cup, won a previous one with the Bruins, and he was fantastic during the final. Like, you don't get a pickup that works out better than that, and clearly they had the advantage in net. I think ultimately that was the big problem for Edmonton, where they just couldn't find someone between the pipes. And also, there's plenty of blame to go around. Connor McDavid, just 1 goal in this final. And there was a game where neither McDavid nor Draisaitl had a point. That only happened, I believe, 13 times before in their time together on the ice. So it's not just the issues between the pipes. It's also the fact that Florida did a really nice job defensively against the Oilers. And if you look at this year's Florida team versus last year's team, as difficult as it is to repeat as Cup champions, the Panthers offensively average more goals. Defensively, they gave up fewer goals this year, so they were even better all the way around. And you could just tell they played at a different level. They look like the better team. They are the better team.
Yeah, and it's deja vu all over again for the Oilers. Back-to-back losses in the Stanley Cup final to the same team. This cannot feel good. Jenks, I feel like if hockey was more popular, like, would they be debating on First Take today about Connor McDavid's legacy? Like, I understand he's only 28, but this is not what I think people expected from a superstar of this caliber when the spotlight is on in the Stanley Cup final.
Yeah. Well, and it's true, and he's got some work to do, but this is the second time that he's made it to the final now, and getting over that hump takes some time. Sometimes you run into a better team. Sometimes you learn on the fly or during your career how to adjust and how to approach a final differently. All the great teams eventually get over the hump with great players, or at least most of them do. So I suspect as good as Connor McDavid is and as good as that squad is, eventually they will get there. But this is just not their year. That said, if you look at the Stanley Cup odds for next season already posted at BetMGM, the Oilers are the favorites at plus 650, the Panthers plus 750, the Avs 8-1, and the Dallas Stars are plus 850. The Stanley Cup drought for Canada now reaching back 32 years since the Habs won in 1992. Back here in the States, not just in the States, in the Midwest. Indianapolis, Indiana, the heartland. The Fever smashed the Sun 88-71. The Sun cover by a hook. They were getting 17.5 points. The Fever minus 2,000 on the money line. The under hits with the total set at 164.5. Caitlin Clark, 20 points, 6 assists, and 4 3-pointers.
Just 4 points off of them, though. Can they take advantage? Clark steps back, knocks it down. Her third three-pointer. Howard, Clark, deep three.
Call courtesy of NBC Sports Boston. No one is going to be talking about the result of this game, even though Indiana is now a game over the 500 mark and they have a spot in the Commissioner's Cup. But everyone will be talking about all of the extracurriculars that we saw, because in the third quarter, J.C. Sheldon was guarding Clark, poked her in the eye, and so Clark, of course, didn't like that. Marina Mabry comes to the floor and pushes Clark over. It was really egregious. Check out the alternative angles. There's no reason to push another player to the floor like this, especially after she's been poked in the eye. And in the fourth quarter, well, the Fever decided it was revenge time. Sheldon was on a breakaway, about to lay it in, and Sophie Cunningham, who I believe is a black belt, didn't? Is that correct? Sophie Cunningham essentially wraps her up, takes Sheldon to the floor. They pop up, and then, Sophie was all over Sheldon. Both of those players got ejected along with Lindsey Allen. So we're going to hear a lot today about these two teams going at it, and again, how Caitlin Clark continues to be treated when she is on the court.
Oh, absolutely. Absolute melee on a Tuesday night, a random Tuesday night in a game that was not supposed to be close. I was watching this game, I was like, holy smokes, what am I witnessing? Like, when there was hair pulling, when there were things that, weren't basketball plays, and so that's when it's personal.
Yeah.
And there are other things involved. Because here's where I think the officiating was wrong here. You have to eject Marina Mabry here for this push that was not a basketball play. It was seconds after the whistle. She wasn't even involved in the altercation. It was Caitlin Clark and somebody else who poked her in the eye, which maybe it was an accident. I don't know, but it was an absolute cheap shot. On the face of your league, have you seen the ratings with and without Caitlin Clark? You have to do more to protect your cash cow. And I understand last year, maybe it was rookie hazing. Maybe she needed to get used to the physicality of the league. But how long does this have to go on? The fact that Caitlin Clark got a technical in this situation was absolute insanity to me. She didn't do anything. So then you have Sophie Cunningham, who acts like the enforcer, which it's good to see. Because last year, all the complaints and the detractors of Caitlin Clark said, hey, if Caitlin Clark is such a great teammate and such a great player, why is nobody sticking up for her on her team? So Sophie Cunningham joins the Fever this year, and now she has taken on that role. And listen, you don't want to mess with somebody who has a black belt, and we saw that last night. So this game had a little of everything, and certainly a ton of drama.
we're seeing the level of the play, the skill level in the WNBA continues to increase and get better. And along with that, the game has become more physical. But the WNBA has a refereeing problem. This goes back to last year's finals when there were some issues during those games where there were some really questionable calls along the way that had nothing to do with Caitlin Clark. And so now we're seeing this sort of physical play that, again, these referees aren't able to respond to appropriately. So as the game evolves, the refereeing needs to evolve with it. Otherwise, it's going to continue to be a problem in the WNBA. Coming up next on the show, Rafi Devers have gone from the East Coast to the West Coast, but did the Red Sox get a fair return? It's next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. It is a Wednesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Good morning. She's Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. On the way, did the Sox make the right move in trading away Rafi Devers? We're going to ask Gabe Lax, who covers Major League Baseball for USA Today. So I'm chugging my coffee right now. Finally starting to wake up. About time. Final 40 minutes of the show. But over the past month, I don't know if you know anyone like this. Our friend Sada, who works at Ambar here in D.C., she's Colombian, and she was telling us this story about how she grew up drinking coffee, and that back home so many people drink coffee, like they can drink coffee before bed and just go right to sleep. She's like, my dad drinks coffee all day. And he's like, all right, I'm ready for bed. Out like that. And then last night, the lovely Catherine and I went out and had 2 or 3 drinks, called it early, and we went to grab just a bite at this little market across the street before we went home. And our next door neighbor, Tony, was in there. And Tony is walking out with his big cup of coffee. This is like 7:30 at night. And so Catherine's like, you're getting coffee at 7:30, Tony? He's like, oh, yeah. And Tony is, I can't do the accent. He's British. And he was like, I can go right to sleep. Not a problem. I can't imagine. If I had a cup of coffee before bed, I'd be wired for the next few hours. You know anyone who can just have coffee and just be out?
Well, you got to remember, not everybody goes to bed as early as we do. So, like, maybe he was going to bed at, like, 10. I don't know.
Maybe.
But Jake can do this, my husband. So, we went to Dunkin' yesterday, and he got the large size of cold brew. He even got an espresso shot on top of it. And if I had this, I think I would rocket into space or die. Somewhere in between that. And he drank this whole thing within the span of, like, 10 minutes. He also drinks things extremely quickly. Like, imagine, college, and he's like pounding beers or whatever, and it's just gone. You're like, what? He still has that ability, but with coffee. So I stand in amazement because it takes me like, I don't know, an hour and a half to finish my coffee. And I do that annoying girl thing where I drink half of my coffee and then I leave the rest of it in the refrigerator and then I never actually drink it. So, yes, Jake does this.
Wow. Dylan just said in the chat, he had a triple shot of espresso before the show yesterday, went to nap right after. He also has a baby, so I feel like there's some extra exhaustion there that needs to be taken into account. But that's amazing. Also, you probably had some coffee if you watched Rafi Devers last night to play on the West Coast. First game ever with the Giants. To talk about that, we bring in Gabe Lax, Major League Baseball reporter for USA Today. Gabe, thanks for joining us on this Wednesday. What is your assessment of the Red Sox moving Devers, and did they get enough in return?
They probably needed a little more coffee at 6 o'clock. It's but by all accounts, the relationship was perhaps irreparable, and Rafi was not happy there, but I think it's kind of on the Red Sox that the relationship became that way, especially with a guy who's been in your organization since he was 16 years old, since 2013. So if it got to that point, then you're going to be selling them for pennies on the dollar. And it's, the bigger boost for them. And this is kind of the sad thing about the Red Sox in the post, Mookie Betts era, is that, the bigger win for them is probably regaining the financial flexibility of moving his contract. So, yeah, I don't think they got enough just because you're not really sure what the, what's the showcase in this thing? Is it Matt Harrison? He's probably maybe a long reliever in the long haul. Jordan Hicks, kind of erratic going back and forth between the pen and starting, although, the guy can get it up to 102 miles an hour, so hopefully they can figure it out for him. And then, James Tibbs, we'll see. Guy at high A, and also 22 years old, just a year removed from Florida State. Maybe he'll be a piece someday, maybe he won't be. So it's kind of grim in this, from the standpoint that, it seemed like the bigger thing was moving the guy that you felt was a malcontent and getting rid of his contract. So how does that help the Red Sox now? Not very much. And it may be the kind of thing that sets back your franchise as they go forward.
I think it's really fascinating just from a drama standpoint, just because I think that you look at both sides of the coin. And first of all, like asking the face of your franchise to move positions multiple times in a season, it doesn't feel especially fair. And now that all this has gone down, like I've seen people speaking out where you hear from like previous guys who were on the Red Sox, like big names like David Ortiz, who said something to the effect of he used to text Rafi Devers advice and Rafi Devers wouldn't respond to his text, which I thought, whoa, that's a huge red flag, right? But then there are other members. Right. There are Pedro Martinez, who is stuck up for Rafi Devers and said he's a great teammate. Whoever says that he's a bad teammate is lying. Have you found yourself choosing a side here? What's the most interesting thing you've heard, after this deal has, been done about this whole situation?
Well, it's kind of wild, the history there when you go back to the way they kind of smear guys on the way out of town, whether it's right. Nomar Garciaparra, Manny Ramirez, they want to trade him. Suddenly they start leaking stories about, him getting in fights with the traveling secretary. Even, Terry Francona and Theo Epstein, kind of all this stuff was leaked on their way out of town. So it's hard not to side with Rafi Devers. And I think it seems like the fans, feel the same way too. They've seen it too, and they're mad because you're looking at a Red Sox team that's gotten so into just, trying to build a quote unquote sustainable team ever since the trade of Mookie Betts and have kind of failed to do it. And then finally this year, they go for it. They trade for Garrett Crochet, amazing trade, franchise-altering trade. They sign Alex Bregman, which is just a massive boost of adrenaline to a roster that needed it. And then from that point on, they just totally bungled it and clearly, didn't keep Devers in the loop, throughout that process and continue to – I mean, the funny thing is, just go get anybody to play first base. Once Tristan Casas gets hurt, do you really want to poke the bear one more time? And the funny thing is, they sign or they get Abraham Toro off the scrap heap. He's hitting 308 with an 865 OPS. For the Red Sox at first base, kind of trying to hold it down. I know that's not going to probably sustain, but nonetheless, it's just kind of funny because they could have just done that and not ticked off Devers and not made a big show of, we're flying to Kansas City on the owner's jet and we're going to convince you to play first base. That was just, and very, very much parading in front of the media doing it all, so it's all just so, kind of contrived what they're doing. So, they're painted into a corner now. And is this the kind of transaction that a franchise can't come back from? I don't necessarily think so. They've got a good core. They've got money to burn. They did clear $250 million off future payrolls. But, there aren't many Rafi Devers out there. And, the man goes up to that plate with bad intentions. And, you look at the flip side of how thrilled the Giants are to get him. And I think you can kind of see who won and who lost this trade.
We're talking with Gabe Lax. He is the Major League Baseball reporter for USA Today. We saw Shohei make his debut on the mound a couple nights ago for the Dodgers. What should be the plan moving forward if you're LA to bring him along at the right pace? Because he was a little disheveled early on and didn't last long.
It's crazy. You talk about, 1 month, the Dodgers are like, well, we want to save his bullets. We want him for, September in the playoffs. And then the next, it's Shohei, grab a mitt, and it kind of speaks to the problem the Dodgers have with all these guys on the injured list. And maybe they're, a little taken aback by how hard, how long it's been for a Blake Snell to get back. Maybe will we see Hiroki Sasaki the rest of this year? Shohei looked pretty good. Obviously when a guy hits triple digits, you think he's back, but it was mostly fastballs that he threw. And, yanked a couple of those, but he did manage to get some swings and misses. So, yeah, I think what you're just seeing is a buildup. And it's almost like you have to pretend he's on a rehab assignment right now. But Ohtani can't go on a rehab assignment because he's literally one human being who also has to hit and bat leadoff for the Dodgers. So again, even Shohei Ohtani can't rehab normally because he's got so many obligations. But you see him throw an inning, and then you stretch it out a little bit, and then you try to get him up to 50, 60, 80 pitches. What I'm wondering is he really going to be like a fully formed starting pitcher at the end of all this, or are they just going to use him, say, for multi-inning relief bursts, maybe 4 innings here or there? If he somehow is up to throwing 100 pitches in a few weeks and going 5, 6, 7 innings, that would just be incredible, just because of kind of where he came from with the second Tommy John surgery and the plan they have going forward for him. But if he threw 30 pitches, one time, he'll throw 40 the next, he'll throw 50 the next. So, again, you kind of think he'll be what he's going to be probably by, let's say, the second half of the season after the All-Star break, about a month from now. We'll see exactly what they have in mind for him. Is he going to be, a bona fide member of the starting rotation, or a guy that they kind of, trot out and kind of limit what he's doing because of the recovery? But it's just kind of crazy that the Dodgers were so prudent about all this, and now they're kind of desperate. So it remains a fascinating story, even more so than I imagined when you knew he was coming back on the mound.
Yeah, it does feel like the Dodgers are desperate just because they have so many injuries to their pitching staff. Like you mentioned, 4 starters on the injured list. It feels like we see Kike Hernandez coming into games and pitching as a position player more than we should see him before the All-Star break. So as we sit now, I understand it's June 18th, and we still have a lot of season left. But the Dodgers have a 3.5 game lead over the Giants, who just got Rafi Devers. Is this a real race in the NL West? Do we see these two contending till the very end?
It really is. It's kind of crazy, and I don't think anybody could have imagined it. And I know they took the first 2 off the Padres, but the Padres are still very legit. The Diamondbacks, just 3 games out. You cannot forget about them. Even in the absence of Corbin Burns, it's definitely a race. And I think back to this time a year ago when we were writing off the New York Mets. They were, they had lost, I think, 10 out of 12, something like that. Or right around this time last year, they went to England, won a couple games, came back, could not lose. So it's getting later in Major League Baseball, but it's still kind of early. We're not even to the halfway point yet. There's so many games left, and you have to look at every team and think, well, for as bad as they've been, there's a possibility that they're, they will be just as good. Or if they've come out of the gate smoking, there's a chance they could be the inverse of that down the road. Now, some teams have talent or no talent, and that's not going to happen. But for all these teams, and this is kind of the year of the team that won't die in Major League Baseball, because it seems like there's a team that's 4 games under 500, and you kind of write them off, and then you go to sleep and you wake up a week later and they're 4 games over 500. The Diamondbacks, the Cardinals, the Guardians are kind of in that bucket, the Rays, the Jays. There's been so much, I guess, flux with the way these teams, are going this year. And like you said, with all those Dodgers pitching injuries, regardless of how beautiful, the top of that lineup is, it always comes down to pitching. So it's very much a race in the West, and the Giants pitch the ball very well. So that's always going to keep them in it. And now, this offense, this torturous offense that has cost them wins, and it's always been kind of an albatross going way back to their World Series winning team. Suddenly they have a bona fide slugger. Amazing. They have not had a 30 home run hitter since Barry Bonds. I mean, you forget about that sometimes, and that's probably the most astounding stat I've seen in the wake of the Devers situation. They built teams to win other ways, but man, it's nice to have a guy who can rip a ball into McCovey Cove every once in a while.
Yeah, wow, that is a great stat. I had no idea. He is a Major League Baseball reporter for USA Today. It is Gabe Lax. Gabe, we appreciate the insight on this Wednesday, and thank you so much for waking up with us.
Hey, the next cold brew is on me.
All right. Sold. No matter what time of day, we'll take it. Thank you, sir. Wow. It's been that long since the Giants had someone who hit 30 long balls? I would have not guessed that. That's crazy.
Because they've won a lot of World Series.
Yeah.
You know, there was a stretch there where every even year was like, oh, it's time for the Giants to win another World Series. So that is crazy.
Oh, my God. We'll see what the Red Sox do as well. I mean, I know management has come out and said, we're not going to stop winning or trying to compete this year. I'm like, oh, well, it looks like you have. But we'll see. We'll see what that plan is.
Not.
It sounds like it's just hope speak, but we'll find out. Coming up next in the show. Well, it might be a slow time of year, but that doesn't mean the money-making has to stop. It's been a good week thus far. Best bets coming your way, the Dogster as well. It is here on the Daily Tip on BetMGM Network. Come on back.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Great to have you with us on a Wednesday, the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. God, it's going to be nasty again today here in D.C. I'm dying. We were talking
We
about
have
drinking.
that weather.
Do you?
Ugh.
That's so gross.
Yes.
I think I'm going to do that thing where I just chug a lot of coffee. I'm not going to take a nap. I'm just going to handle everything. I've got most of my stuff done, though. The lovely Catherine, this is her Friday. Like, she is raring to go. She is ready for the weekend. So even last night, which is her Thursday, we just, after we went to Annapolis, we were like, all right, let's take a break from going out and having drinks. Let's take a break. She's like, okay. And yesterday afternoon, because it's her Thursday, I get a text. I got the show done. I'd worked out. I was streaming some stuff. I'm sitting around, and I get a text. Hey, what are you doing? I was like, oh, man, I know where this is going. I was like, how's your day going, honey? She's like, I don't know. I'm getting a little squirrely. I was like, well, if you're getting squirrely, let's go. So we had a couple drinks, had a good time. Nothing crazy. But she's already in like weekend mode, and I want to be in weekend mode, so maybe I'll have some coffee and get a bunch of stuff done. So that way I'll be ready for the weekend when it gets here. Very thrilling stuff here in D.C. today, Chelsea.
Well, you got to handle it. I feel like I need a supercut of, did you ever watch Scandal with Kerry Washington? Where she would say, like, it's handled. And she would say it in, like, this tone, and that was her job. She was a handler, or, like, somebody who handled things. Like, she was a problem solver. I don't know what her actual job was for the White House, but, like, she'd always say, it's handled. So I want that to, like, play on my phone when I, like, make a phone call or pay a bill. It's handled.
Oh, when you first said, have you ever seen a supercut? I was like, ever seen someone get a supercut? Like it's Supercuts? Yeah, sure have.
No.
They're not great. No, I haven't seen that. I know the show, but I have not seen a supercut and have not seen that. But that sounds like a good way
I'm
to
saying
handle
I want to make one. There is no supercut that exists.
Oh.
I want to make one of the scenes from Scandal.
Well, guess what? Now you have an activity to do today. You and Blake can check out some of the favorite scenes online that people have posted, put them together, and there's your supercut. It's handled.
Yeah, and then I'll finish it and I'll say, it's handled. Yeah. So I haven't watched Scandal in a while. I watched, I think, like the first season, and then it just got like weird. I feel like the Shonda Rhimes shows, they have so many twists and turns in like the first season that then you get to the second season and all the twists and turns have already been used. So they just have to go to these like extreme levels where you're like, oh, okay. So she's pregnant and she had an evil twin that died in a, it's like you lose me.
Yeah. No, I get that. A lot of shows are like that, where I think that's probably the most difficult part of a series is keeping your attention and keeping the realism, or the, it's got to be plausible.
Plausibility.
I guess is what I'm saying. Like this needs to be plausible. Like, okay, I can see this happening, as opposed to, okay, guys, you're making a real stretch here. Like, what was I watching? Oh, it was a show that I reviewed on Tuesday Streaming Corner, which is Department Q. Still very much a watch. At the end, there were a couple stretches there where we're like, all right, I don't know quite about this, but still worth the watch. But that's got to be the most difficult thing, especially if you're wrapping a series up,
Yeah, Grey's Anatomy had no business being like 19 seasons or whatever. It was like watching Albert Pujols run to first. It's like, come on, just end it already.
Well, one thing that will not end on this show is our best bets. That's coming your way in mere moments, but coming up next on Bet Sweats. Bet Sweats. Joe O and Sammy P will react to the Florida Panthers hoisting the Stanley Cup for the second straight season. They're going to talk about which NFL players they're fading in 2025. AJ Bersinski joins the show to talk baseball at 11, and then Derek Stevens is along at 11:20. All right, it's been a good week thus far, so let's keep her going.
Time to place your bets.
Love a good squad play, Chelsea. Tell us about it.
Yeah, going to be on the Phillies in the first 5 on the run line, which means they need to be leading after 5 innings. And here's why. In Ranger Suarez, we trust. Ranger has been consistently amazing this year. Out of his 8 starts this year, 7 of them, by definition, have been quality, with all of those coming in a row. The only non-quality start he had this year was his first start of the season. And now we get to Marlins lineup that is not one of the best in baseball, and in fact, one of the worst in baseball when it comes to scoring runs in the first 5 innings of play. The Marlins are the 5th worst run-scoring offense in the first 5 innings. Meanwhile, you look at the Phillies bats, and I understand Bryce Harper's out of the lineup, but still on the whole, the Phillies ranked 8th overall in runs scored in the first 5 innings. And over their last few games, the offense has looked somewhat better, scoring at least 5 runs in 4 of their last 6. Plus, they get a starter from the Marlins today who just got called back up from AAA. He only has 33 total innings in the big leagues. So I think this is a huge pitching mismatch in the first 5 innings. So we will do that. Phillies on the first 5 run line at -125.
Okay, I will be on that as well. My play of the day, getting a little juicy, but I don't mind. Astros money line -160 out in Sacramento, taking on the Athletics. This is a massive mismatch on the man. Framber Valdez going for the Stros. Luis Severino going for the Athletics. And Severino's splits are just wild. At home this season, he's 0-6 with a 7.10 ERA. That includes 4 consecutive games in which the A's have lost by 2 runs or more. So if you want the Astros at even money, that's probably a safer pick for the purposes of this show. I'm taking the Astros on the money line. On the flip side, Valdez, 2 runs or less in 4 consecutive starts. He has struck out 12 in his last 2 appearances alone. Plus, the A's have the worst bullpen in baseball. Astros run line, again, even money. I will take the Astros on the money line at -160. A little juicy, but man, Severino has been bad out in Sacramento.
And it's not an easy place to pitch, as we've seen from some pitchers. And you're right. When it comes down to the bullpens, like even if Severino is decent, you don't want to trust the A's bullpen.
No, you do not. Guys, you can trust us for betting advice, for good times, good vibes in the morning. We're on YouTube. Watch the Daily Tip along with each and every show on the BetMGM network. Make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. And as always, you can listen on the Odyssey app. In fact, BetMGM has given you a chance to win a bonus bet. Really easy to do. Go on X, follow us at BetMGM Network and BetMGM, and tag a friend. Okay, one more bet on the card besides the squad play that you mentioned, the Phillies on the first 5 run line. And I'm going with a bet I made yesterday. Really good price on this. Blue Jays money line, just -109, hosting the Diamondbacks. You've got Erod, Eduardo Rodriguez going up against Eric Lauer. This is a spy play for me, is what this is. I bet against Erod last time out, and I lost because I had Brian Wu of the Mariners on the other side, and that was that game where I was sitting there, and I was like, I wonder how this game is going because it was an afternoon game, and literally on the MLB app, I log in, and it says, Eugenio Suarez hits grand slam to left field off of Brian Wu. I was like, let's just close this right now. And then I ordered a drink. It's a true story. We're back at it again. Erod is on the road. He is a fade candidate. 1-2 with a 6.91 ERA. I'm also not big on day-night splits, but this is a night game. Across 4 night appearances this season, Erod is 0-2 with a 9.15 ERA. The Diamondbacks are losers on the road this year, and the Diamondbacks bullpen has been awful. That's how the Jays won this game yesterday. Got a couple late. We could see that happen again. And again, I think it's a palatable price. Blue Jays on the money line at Rogers Center is -109. Let's get it.
Well, if it was truly a spite play, you would have stopped at the Diamondbacks are losers. Just
losers.
Period.
Done.
Diamondbacks are just losers. Don't trust them. They're losers.
What did we say last week? What was it? The hammer plays we were going to do? I forget. Lots of testosterone.
Oh, gosh.
I already forgot it.
Yeah. Clearly it was memorable. I think it was sponsored by creatine and muscle mass and protein shakes. I don't remember what it was called, but yes, great idea.
Right. Yeah, it was for all you guys with low T out there looking to win your bets. We'll find out what's coming up next on Bet Sweats. I don't know who's coming up today. I think it's Joe O. We haven't heard from Joe O in a while. We'll see if he ends up coming here or not. But before we do that, in studio, waiting for his turn, patiently as always, is the Chalk Donkey. He's always got a chalky play or something we can use. He's 0-2, though, this week. At least he has the microphone in the right place. Okay, Donkster, get on in here. What's going on?
Good morning. Dylan sent me a TikTok yesterday.
Oh, I didn't even know you had a phone.
I do. And there's a conspiracy theory that Bonnie Blue used to be a man named Kyle Butler.
Oh. Well, what does that have to do with betting?
Sometimes you need some action, even if you don't like what's on the board.
Oh, no.
For the love of God. Okay. Well, what's your bet there, buddy?
Cardinals, run line, taking on the White Sox.
Okay. Well, I think I heard Joe O. Yes, there he is, live and in the flesh, ready for another edition of Bet Switch. Joe O, good morning to you.
Morning, guys. How are you? Bonnie Blue doing?
Was
Gives
that a
the
real
Blue
TikTok?
something.
Am I out of the loop? Is that a real conspiracy theory?
Yeah, it is. All true.
Oh my God.
Absolutely
I don't want to
true.
be this online.
I'm glad. Sometimes you're glad that you're totally out of the loop on a few things. Bonnie Blue stuff, yeah. I'm good on that.
I didn't fact check it, but that's what the TikTok said. You know?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean,
yeah. So I'm sure it's true. Sure it's true.
Yes, of course. As you mentioned, AJ Brzezinski, Derek Stevens coming on the show in the final hour. Power Rankings Wednesday. We're going to talk about the NFL players that completely fell off the tape. I think, based on what I heard yesterday, I'm not saying it's to that level, but I think Sammy P is like fade Saquon mode, where you look at all the touches. It might be one of those stories where not awful, but certainly nowhere near.
I mean,
That
it's hard to
feels
replicate
rude.
that.
It was a lot.
Saquon's so nice. I love that.
But he's such a nice guy. Joe O, also a nice guy. Thanks for being with us. Have a great show. You and Sammy P. That will wrap up this Wednesday edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger and our entire crew, I'm Michael Jenkins. We will see you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Now across from Ekholm to Bouchard. Reinhardt with the steal. Nice move. Goes to the net. Scores! Marner for Hagee. Turns. Shoot. Knocked down by Skinner. Puck is loose. Score! Sent towards the net by Barkov. Reinhardt. They have gotten a piece of it. The Panthers down lead 3-0. Up play by Verhaeghe. Now Barkov. Verhaeghe. Back to Barkov. To the empty net. Score! It's a hat trick. Sam Reinhardt. Here's Verhaeghe. Puck sent down towards the empty net. Reinhardt with his fourth. The Panthers begin to celebrate. Panther perfection. The Florida Panthers win their second consecutive Stanley Cup.
Florida goes back-to-back. Welcome in. This is Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich with you on a Wednesday. We're here weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time on the BetMGM network. Also here on Bally Sports Live. Watch us on Stadium, ballysportslive.com for the first hour of the show each and every day. And, of course, we'll talk about what occurred last night. We get you set for the next game in the NBA Finals. We'll talk some Travelers. We've got power rankings. Final hour of the show. Great guests, AJ Przinsky, Derek Stevens will be joining us. 32 years, Sam. 32 years. I know we like to laugh at it. I chuckle at it. But now it's not even a surprise. The drought for Canadian teams does continue. Florida in 6, wrapping it up last night.
Oh, those Leaf fans, too, last night. We had them on the ropes. We had them. We had them down in Game 3. The Ian McMillans of the world, all those Toronto heads.
Great.
Sort of a consolation that you almost beat the Stanley Cup champ. I did see plenty of stats last night. The state of Florida has 5 cups since 94. The entire country of Canada has none, which is very, very funny. It was really just domination by the Florida Panthers, which was a little surprising to me considering all they've been through in the last 3 postseasons. But I saw Dmitry Filipovich, who covers hockey extremely well on X, post this. The Panthers in the postseason had a goal differential of plus 38. They led in 61% of the Stanley Cup final. They had 6 20-point scorers, and they were 10-3 on the road. That's how you do it. That's how you do it, Joe.
Felt early on in the series that this thing was going to go 7. And then the Panthers just played impeccable hockey. And they did that again last night. It's just this run. My God. And with hockey, this is something that we've seen a number of times with back-to-back champions. In recent memory, we just saw it with Tampa Bay. We've seen it in Pittsburgh not that long ago, and it happens again here with Florida, another back-to-back champion in the hockey hotbed of the state of Florida. It's amazing. And we can get into the Conn Smythe and all that. Last night kind of didn't matter. And I know there were empty netters, so Reinhardt's not going to get too much credit as far as that goes. But it's the thing with them, and I know what it was trending. Like during the finals, there were a couple of guys that stood out more than others. But during this entire run, it could arguably be somebody different every night. And I thought last night was an example of that, with it being Reinhardt. And Tkachuk had a great game as well. And we know what Bennett did throughout the playoffs. They just go so deep. There are so many guys that can step up on a night-to-night basis, it's truly remarkable. When you look at the playoff scoring, and that's what you end up looking at a lot when it comes to the Conn Smythe. And I get why Bennett won, and we can get into that a little bit. But when you look at the scoring in the playoffs as a whole, they had a three-way tie for the team lead. A three-way tie. They had 5 guys that were within 1 point of each other at the very top. Verhaeghe, Reinhart, Tkachuk, all 23 points. Barkov and Bennett had 22. Let's not forget what Marchand did, especially in the final, with 20 points throughout. They have so many guys that could step up, and the depth and the moves that they've made. Ever since Tkachuk got there, they've won 11 of 12 playoff series. It's been truly remarkable, man. And it happens in a year where there's kind of a toss-up between so many teams, and then the one that did it last year ends up winning it again in the end.
There was a scout when I was covering the Blackhawks many years ago. I know I talk about the Blackhawks a lot, but it's part of my youth and part of my acumen in terms of covering hockey. And he said, look, it's about having roulette numbers that deliver in the playoffs. And with that Chicago team, you had a slew of them. You had 19, Taves. You had 88, Kane. You had 2, Keith. 7, Seabrook. 81, Hossa. 10, Sharp. 4, Hjalmarsson. 50, Crawford. You had a variety of roulette numbers that could hit on any given night. And it always felt to me like Edmonton had 2 you could trust. 2. 97 McDavid and 29 Draisaitl. To back up your point, how many did the Panthers have? It could land on one of 7 or 8 numbers every night. Mm-hmm. And I know that Bennett wins the Conn Smythe, but I would argue Barkov, their captain, was the most important player in the entire series. Not statistically, didn't have all the points or all the goals, but he erased Connor McDavid 5-on-5. He did. Do you know how many points Connor McDavid had 5-on-5 in the entire final? 2. 2. And that's Sasha Barkov. Up the middle, the physicality, the forecheck, the ability to take the open ice away. To me, it was Barkov up the middle, and then it was the blue line. Mostly it was Gustav Forsling and that pairing. Forsling and Ekblad. They did an unbelievable job against the best player in the world. And I don't want to get into a hot take segment and say, oh, McDavid's overrated and McDavid isn't this or McDavid isn't that. Mm-mm. But Connor McDavid was not the best player on the ice. And that was a lot of the narrative. Well, we know McDavid's the best player, but the Panthers are the best team. And hockey's never been an individual sport in terms of winning a Stanley Cup. It's not like the NBA. It's not like the NFL. You know, you can't have this superstar that carries you to a Stanley Cup trophy. And that is now the case with the Oil, who have gone 2 years in a row. You applaud the run, but it didn't end in triumph. It didn't end with a championship. And I don't want to make a direct comparison, but this feels like the equivalent of the Buffalo Bills right now, or the Baltimore Ravens in the modern day NFL, where the books respect them. We know they're top heavy. We know the power ratings are high, but there's nothing to show for it at the end. Taking nothing away from what Edmonton did all season to get back here after losing in Game 7 last Stanley Cup final, but they just played a better team. And a lot like Oklahoma City's best is better than the Pacers' best, the Panthers' best was just better than Edmonton's best. And it was that simple to me.
They are getting there in the end. You think they're going to break through?
I don't know, but I did laugh this morning when I looked at BetMGM Stanley Cup odds for next year. Guess who's favored?
I know. Edmonton, Florida. So they reverse it. They go Edmonton plus 650, Florida plus 750. And to no one's surprise, if you watch this past season, it's all bunched up at the very top. Colorado, Dallas, Carolina, all bunched up. We're talking most of them just 50 cents apart. All right, let's make them 750. Okay, 800, 850, 900. They've got everybody bunched up. Caps, 28-1. You out?
I don't know. Yet. The season just ended. I don't know.
Let's go in. No, I need your bet right now for next year's championship. Now, I'm not going to make that bet anyways. I mean, who is going to hold on to that ticket for 365 days when I'm not sure that much is going to change? When you look at these numbers, it's probably going to be similar to what we saw last year, unless there is some massive move there. So Bennett wins. I get it. It's about the goals. And I think you make a very strong case for Barkov. So it sounds like that's where your vote would have gone. People love to talk about McDavid nonstop when it's positive stuff, but they don't talk about it on the flip side about, okay, not as much. Maybe we will see it today on the hot take shows, but he drives them. I mean, it's certainly fair. He's got to get the criticism. I'm not saying that a hot take artist here, but if he plays well, they have a very strong chance of winning the cup. But he did last year, and they pushed it to 7 games, and this year it wraps up in 6. It's about the goals. Bennett had 4 more goals than anybody else in the playoffs. So I think that's the easy tiebreaker. When it's so close to so many players during this Panthers run, well, who scored there's one guy that scored 4 more than anybody else. They're going to end up going down that road. And that makes sense to me. So we go back to back. It's difficult to do. I don't care that we've seen it 4 times in the last 30 years. It's difficult in any sport. You've got the target on your back. And it's been proven in baseball, the NFL, most times outside of what we saw with the Chiefs, to be much more difficult, but I would still say it's difficult in the NHL, especially once you get this long season. We're heading towards July. We're looking at the 4th of July weekend right around the corner here, and their season is just coming to an end. You know how it goes. Parade, media, the cup's going to be everywhere. It's going to be a long, long season. They're going to get that in back-to-back years.
And you know what's so interesting is that this team at the top in Florida is a bunch of guys that were cast off from other teams, right? Reinhart, Bennett, Tkachuk, Marchand was unbelievable in this postseason. You know, those guys all came from other places. And I thought it was very interesting after the game that Matthew Tkachuk, who used to play in Calgary, was asked about Connor McDavid. And he said, quote, when you have a player that good and talented, he's going to win it one day, wherever it is. You're like, whoa. So it is what it is at this point. You know, guys that don't win in whatever sport hear that they can't win and that they won't win, and then it becomes their goal in life to win. That's why LeBron left Cleveland to go to Miami, because he'll never win. That's why Durant left to go to Golden State. Durant can't win a championship. Eventually, everything you say and the media says could make these players leave where they've been forever and go somewhere else. But congrats to the Panthers. It was domination from start to finish, and I did not think that this team could fight through the fatigue and win another Stanley Cup. I never picked them. I didn't think it was going to happen, and kudos to them, man. They deserved it every which way.
Connor McDavid under contract for 1 more year. Yeah. I think that's the better bet. Will McDavid win or will the Oilers win? Like, people will say, oh, they're going to finally break through. That's probably going to be the conversation, but that's the much better bet that McDavid will win. And that would obviously be a heavy favorite because we don't know where he's going to be past next season. Sammy P, you've got a bet sweat. So that wraps up the NHL season. No bets at the moment. Maybe in season with St. Louis. We'll get a playoff bet, something like that. But, there's your early look at what's to come for next year. It feels like when you get a Rockies win, it feels like 2-3 wins, even though it isn't. Like, you'd like the price to be more. Like, you feel like you stole something when you actually get the Rockies win. I was wrong on the Red Sox, but you get the Rockies and you're like, oh, man, that feels like 3-4 wins, even though it isn't. It was a decent price, but Rockies do it again, man. 7 home runs. Not in Coors, 7 home runs at the Nats yesterday.
And they are slowly closing the gap between them and the White Sox. You
Oh,
thought it was
boy.
going to be, there's no way the Rockies catch the White Sox. And here's Colorado, 16 wins, the White Sox with only 23. You nailed it. You nailed it and said there is no way that the Washington Nationals should be minus 200 or near. And that was extremely accurate. I also, let me take the blame. I made one bet last night. It was Red Sox. They went down early, 5-0.
Yep.
You jumped on that one because of me. That's my fault.
No, I liked it too.
You hit it pretty well on the Rockies, though. When you peg the Rockies and they win, it's nice.
Red Sox 2 hits. Bueller was terrible. So, I mean, what are you going to do? You get 2 hits. Nothing good going to happen there. All right, Joe O. Sammy P. Running back regression for the 2025 season. Keep it here. This is BetSweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for hanging out. We'll get to some golf coming up in about 20 minutes. Huge purse over at Travelers. Tell you the guys that we are taking a look at. Should be an interesting weekend. Some low scores per usual over there. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. We're going to talk about running back regression for this upcoming season. I think it's going to be more of a focus on the negative side. But Sam, why don't you kind of lay out how this came about and why this is on your mind right now as we sit here in mid-June waiting for teams to get back for training camp?
We saw a stat the other day, it may have been late last week, about running backs that have dominant seasons and then the following year can't live up to the production from the year before. So Joe Pisapia does a lot of fantasy content. And I think the threshold that we'll start with is 400 carries. This is regular season and postseason. So he took a bunch of guys, and I'm not going to rip through the whole list because that would take too much time. But there's a pattern here where running backs are extremely productive in that 400 carry season. And then the next season, it's just not the same. And there are several reasons for that. You know, a lot of guys just don't have it in the tank anymore. Offensive linemen leave, offensive coordinators leave, quarterbacks leave. There's a lot of reasons for these extremely successful seasons and then not as successful the next year. For example, let me pull out from 2000. Edgerrin James was the number 2 running back in the NFL statistically. He had 408 carries in 2000. He went from the second running back in 2000 to the 33rd most productive running back the following year. And that's sort of a fantasy pedestal, I guess, if you want to say. So he was the second best fantasy running back, and the next year he was 33rd. How about Jamal Lewis in 2003? He had 401 carries. He was RB4. According to Joe Pisapia, the next year he was running back 26. And let's see, 2005, you brought up Sean Alexander yesterday. We were kind of joking about running backs that were here and then they were not. Sean Alexander had 430 carries in 2005. He was RB1 in the National Football League. The next year he was RB30. So the fallout is real. The production goes down, and that's a long way of me saying, let's look at Saquon Barkley, who had 436 carries last year. He was the offensive player of the year. He won a Super Bowl. 91 carries in the postseason. 91! What happens next year? ... But there's a pattern here. When you cross that 400 carry mark, you just can't replicate what you did the year before, or you can't the next year. You just can't. It's not impossible, but it's improbable. And we have a long list of guys that were awesome in that first year, and then we're not the year after 400 carries.
There are certain outliers. There are guys that are different, right? Like, I think Derrick Henry is a guy that we can point to and say that he's had such a heavy workload, but he's still getting the job done. Maybe not the same level, but he's still extremely productive. So I was looking at most touches ever in a playoff. Saquon had 104 touches in the playoffs. That's the 5th most ever. Which is truly remarkable. Something else that stands out is when I was looking at these guys that get a ton of playoff touches, right? So we go past the long season, and then we go to playoff touches. Most of the times, the guys that are at the very top are 23, 24, 25 years old. How old was Saquon this past season? 27?
Yep.
So that scares me even more, that he's older than a lot of these guys that have had that heavy workload, to where you look at it in the playoffs, oh man, that's so much more taxed on to the end of the regular season. But usually it's young to mid-20s, and now we're at the later 20s when it comes to Saquon Barkley. That scares me a little bit. You mentioned just touches overall in the regular season. Saquon had 378. We can quickly throw out some other guys that were there near the top. Bijan, 365, but didn't have the playoffs. Kyron Williams, 350. Derrick Henry, 344. So a few names to take a look at. I've got some regression candidates that I want to throw out there, but is most of your focus on Saquon here, or were you thinking some other names too?
Well, I don't want to come out and blindly fade Saquon and say he's going to just disappear into the abyss or fall into the Springfield mystery spot like Ozzie Smith did in The Simpsons. I don't think that's going to happen. But there's a player who was top 5 in yards last year that I don't think is going to have a similar season. And this guy only played 14 games last year. So already some dings. Jonathan Taylor had 303 carries, 1,400 yards, 4.7 a pop, and averaged 102 yards per game per ESPN statistics. But 2 things changed. He lost 2 of his better offensive linemen. They both went to Minnesota. So they lost their center, Ryan Kelly. Well, he's going to play center in Minnesota. They lost Ryan Kelly and Will Freeze from that line. They both went to Minnesota together. And I think that's a bigger loss than people are letting on. So you get 2 of the Colts' better linemen. You get them both out. And you look at the Colts' quarterback situation. What the hell, man? What are you going to get in the passing game? So you lose 2 important linemen, and now you need to rely on Anthony Richardson, who can't stay on the field. If he doesn't cut it, you go to Daniel Jones? ? If that doesn't work, you go to Riley Leonard, the rookie.
Are we sure they don't start with Daniel Jones?
No, I'm not. I have no idea what they're going to do. I am so down on this team, it makes me nervous. I don't like them in a lot of ways. But if they can't throw the football and other teams don't respect the pass, what do you do defensively? You just throw 7-8 guys in the box and say, go ahead, Jonathan Taylor, beat us.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, go ahead. Take our cover off. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't mind their receiver room. I like Pittman Jr. I like Josh Downs out of North Carolina. Pierce is fine. But I don't trust the quarterback, and I don't trust the line. And I think it's going to be very easy to stack players in that box against Jonathan Taylor. So that would be the first guy, whether it be in the award market, in the total yardage market, or in the fantasy market, that I would want no part of, Jonathan Taylor.
Underdog did a story on some running back regression candidates, and in their top 4, they mentioned Saquon. They put Derrick Henry in there as well. We talked about those 2 guys and the amount of work that they've had. They also put in Jahmyr Gibbs, and here's one that I'm taking a look at, and I'm talking overall fantasy production. James Cook. This is not just a workload thing. This is a touchdown regression thing. So according to their numbers, he scored 6 more touchdowns than his usage would indicate. They also brought up the number of long touchdowns, 49, 46, 65, 41-yard touchdowns. Probably non-sustainable. And if you look at Cook's season, he had 18 touchdowns, 16 rushing. 2022, 2 rushing touchdowns, 3 overall. 2023, 2 rushing touchdowns, 6 overall. And then last year, it balloons up to 18. And he played in every game in those other seasons. So, yes, he was supposed to get more touchdowns. It all came last year. That doesn't seem like a very repeatable performance out of James Cook. I like him, but I don't think he's going to get in the end zone as much as he did last season.
You also have the potential for holdout. Potential. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but he's coming into the final year of his rookie deal. And I heard Chopin the Bulldog on WGR in Buffalo a couple of weeks ago say, we don't know what he's going to be here. Now, he was in attendance for mandatory minicamp, but the rumblings are that there's not a new contract on the table. So if he's going to hold out, and potentially, keyword, miss a couple of games, I don't know that you want to burn an early fantasy pick on James Cook, a guy who's probably already in line for regression, as you just laid out. But that's the biggest question mark in Buffalo. Are they going to take care of James Cook? Are they going to reward him with a long-term deal? I don't know. I have no intel on that. I don't think anybody that covers the team knows. But they've got Ty Johnson and Ray Davis. They've added depth. I'm not comparing those guys to Cook, but there's a plan in play if Cook isn't there week one that they feel like they could at least survive in the early going. Eventually, I think this gets figured out, but I would be very careful. You mentioned fantasy. You can't really lose fantasy in weeks 1 and 2 or 3, but you could definitely lose a season yardage total or a touchdown total if the guy doesn't play in 14 or 15 games.
This article threw out the idea of some running backs that just could be washed up. And it doesn't take much. It doesn't take a lot of time. We see it happen every single season. I want to throw some names at you. You just tell me initial reaction, whether they're washed up or not. CMC. It's getting close.
Maybe.
Getting close. Henry.
No, not yet.
No, he's different. He just is. You got to tack on a few more years with him. Mixon.
He's built like a refrigerator, dude. He's 6'3", 200 and what, 40 pounds? I mean, it's
so hard to take down.
Probably not 240, but when he's running and knocking over linebackers, he looks like he's 240. Let me see exactly what they list him at real quick.
Oh, I think he is.
Oh, wow. No, I was there. 6'2", 247.
Oh, yeah. You're short.
I shorted him a couple of biscuits and gravy.
I mean, he's probably, that means he's more than that, by the way. It's probably 260.
Well, you lose weight over the course of a season, but
right.
Yeah, he's a freaking refrigerator.
Yeah, tough. Mixon, washed up?
Could be. I'm finally saying maybe. Well, I said maybe on McCaffrey, but I like McCaffrey, so I'm biased there. I mean, who doesn't love a white running back, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't know about Mixon. I would say I would not be buying Mixon stock.
I would not either. I thought hand up, he was done a couple of years ago, and he got into a much better situation, and he flourished a little bit. Kamara.
Yes.
The end is near. Yes. I would agree with that. I don't know what to do with the Lions running backs, because a lot of people are saying, okay, now it's time to fade Montgomery, but they're also saying now it's time to fade Gibbs. So you're telling me the Lions are just going to be bad this year. Just say that. And that you're concerned without Ben Johnson and all that. But I don't know that people are willing to say that. But I'm seeing a lot of prognosticators saying, yeah, don't take those Lions running backs early.
The one running back that I'm not going to say he's washed. I just don't know that he's going to be RB1 for long. Mm-hmm. And that's in Los Angeles with Najee Harris. Now, Harbaugh, I know, has usually done a lot of running back by committee, but I'm extremely high on the rookie Omarion Hampton. I like him a lot. I am invested in Omarion Hampton in a couple different ways. They bring in Najee Harris from Pittsburgh, who last year had over 1,000 yards, 6 touchdowns, and he was 7th in carries, 263. I think there's a very good chance Harbaugh realizes by the early part of October, mid-October, yeah, the kid's better. And he's more explosive, and he can do more things. So that would be a guy I think sees his role lessen over the course of the season. And that's not exactly like a hot take, because Najee Harris isn't a top 5 or top 10 running back. But that's a guy who had 1,000 yards last year. I don't think he comes anywhere near that. So I'm very, very cautious with Najee Harris in any of the platforms, whether it be betting, whether it be fantasy. I don't think he's going to have this great year. I think he'll be a nice change of pace back And I think he'll be great on 3rd and short, 4th and short. But I don't think he's the guy anymore. And clearly Pittsburgh didn't think so either.
We'll talk about our NFL players that fell off the table power rankings coming up at the top of the hour. But you mentioned LA, and I start to think about the Rams. I think about the amount of workload that Kyron Williams has had. And a lot of times McVay just kind of moves on to the next running back. Maybe Kyron Williams is different, and he has a couple years, but they brought in Blake Corum. They drafted a guy, so they might, like, it depends. It depends. But Kyron Williams has been fantastic, but heavy workload. McVay uses his guys a ton. All right, let's talk about the Travelers next. Our best bets in golf on the other side. Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Power rankings coming up at the top of the hour. Joe O. Sammy P. Bet_Sweats on X. Sam at SB Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski. We'll be live on Twitter coming up starting in about 20 minutes from right now. We've got the Travelers this week. Okay, you come down off the high, I guess, of a major, and it's a big purse. So you're going to have a lot of the big names participating. $20 million on the line, and if you like scoring, this is the one for you. Scotty Scheffler won it last year, going 22 under, forced to a playoff by Tom Kim, 22 under. A couple years ago, Keegan Bradley wins this at 23 under. Scheffler in 22, 19 under. So you're going to see a ton of scoring at this spot. And Sam, one thing that you certainly see at the Travelers is there are surprises that pop up out of nowhere. Like, whoa, that guy made a deep run. That's shocking. Oh, he had a 58. Quite surprising. So it's a big mix. You see a lot of the heavy hitters, the best golfers in the world. They're usually in the mix. As far as strokes gained here, they're near the top. But also you get some surprises along the way, like Tom Kim last year, like Bhatia in his one time at this course. He finished T5 last year. So I don't know where you're thinking. Are you looking for a price or you're looking towards the top?
Well, I love that the books are starting to do these markets without Scotty. And BetMGM does it too. You just take Scotty out of the fold. And what MGM calls the market is the winner without Scotty Scheffler. So you just completely remove him. And here's the pecking order. McIlroy 9-1. Schauffele 12, Morikawa 14, Cantley 16, JT 20, Oberg 20, Sam Burns 25, Sepp Straka 25, Tommy Fleetwood 25, Victor Hovland 25. I thought Hovland was pretty solid last weekend. Just a couple bad shots and a couple bad stretches, but that's enough at the U.S. Open to keep you out of the lead when you're playing at Oakmont and the rain is a part of it and the rough is long and the greens are fast. It's a tough course, but I thought he navigated it pretty well for 3 of the 4 days. So I would much rather bet Hovland. Let's see his price with Scotty. It is 33-1. I'm willing to bite that bait, and rather than bet the 33, I'd bet the 25 without Scotty Scheffler. I'm terrified of what happened last year when Scheffler was 22 under.
Yep.
So I don't want any part of that, man. I'm willing to sacrifice $8 and play the market without Scotty Scheffler.
I get it. You do that last year with Tom Kim, you still get a great number, right? I believe our buddy Wes Reynolds played Tom Kim last year. That's a brutal beat. Like, what are you going to do? Like, hopefully you get into a position where you can hedge and make some sort of a profit. Like, when you're going head-to-head against Scheffler, that would be a position where I would. We're not the biggest head show, but that might be one that I would consider. So I understand where you're coming from as far as that goes. I keep going back to Ben Griffin. He is so on fire right now. 10 at the U.S. Open, a 2, a 1, and an 8. There are 3 golfers, Sam, that have been top 10 in the last 2 majors. It is Scheffler, Rahm, and Ben Griffin. Like, that's how hot he has been. And you're getting a price of 50-1. I didn't look at without Scotty Scheffler, but that 50-1 price, man, the form just off the charts. I've got to consider him when it comes to this course. So I am looking at Ben Griffin at 50. If you're also into form, Sam Burns has it right now. He's at a price of 35-1. We're talking a 7, a 2, a 12, and a 19 in his last 4 tournaments. So form, those guys certainly pop out.
Yeah, I think Burns was one puddle away from winning the U.S. Open. I mean, SVP and Stanford Steve were talking about that yesterday on the podcast. They were squeegeeing the water towards Sam Burns. He's on the fairway, and he's in the water, which I don't think was fair. I mean, I had no skin on Sam Burns. I didn't have any money on him. I felt for the guy, for the individual. But when they broke it down, I thought, well, that's actually pretty interesting. That wasn't exactly a fair fight for him to have to hit that ball. It's not like he hit a bad shot and he was, way out of bounds or anything like that. He was on the fairway, and he was definitely not pleased. We'll see how he channels that going forward. I just scrolled through some of these heavy hitters at 100-1, like Grazerman and Denny McCarthy and Andrew Novak and Minwoo Lee. There's Tom Kim at 80-1. Those are the outright prices with Scheffler, and those numbers are obviously a little bit smaller if you take Scotty out of it.
What's
I'm
Minwoo
sure
Lee?
Jake is Minwoo to win outright is 100-1. Without Scotty, I'm going to guess he's about. I mean, I didn't look. Minwoo without Scotty is only 66-1. So that one comes down quite a bit. But I was just waiting for Jake to hop on and saying he's parlaying Scheffler to win the Travelers with a team to win the pennant or something like that. The Tigers to win the American League. Jake, what do you got?
I'm not after how the parlays ended at the end of March Madness and the Masters. We're taking a break from the parlays. I was gonna bring up Burns though. It's like I don't want to be the guy that's like, we got to chase it. It's going to happen eventually. But the ways that he's lost the last two, like losing in the playoff and then having the water squeegeed at him, to use Sam's term, last week, I just kind of feel like revenge week for Sam Burns, kind of. I had 35-1. That was one that popped to me. And then also Sam's guy, Bobby Mack, I kind of want to jump in on it because I feel like he's close too, and now everybody's talking about him after last week and said, oh, look at how fun and supportive he was of those guys while he's in the clubhouse, and then maybe he just goes out and wins. I just keep staring at Burns because you feel like it's got to happen soon, right? But you don't want to be the person that's chasing and they go, oh, just keep saying that week after week, you just keep losing. I don't want to be that guy either.
Let me throw a couple names at you that I see, that we all have certain guys that you take a look at. Okay. Oh, he's on him. And if you look at a few guys and then you see them take the same guy, that kind of jumps out to me. Wes Reynolds is one of the guys that we always talk about. And I look at a couple others, but the ones that a lot of people seem to be on, Russell Henley at 40. There's a long shot in there I'll mention in a minute, but Berger also at around 50-1. Any interest in Henley or Berger this week?
I could take Berger.
Yeah. How about you, Jake?
I was gonna say the other one, Henley. Like he's
Henley?
just another one where it always feels like for the past year, it feels like we've been waiting for the Henley breakout win, and it isn't happening. But he's been playing decent. I was gonna go with him the other way.
The long shot's Hoagie, 125-1.
Run it back.
Yeah. No. Is that a Paul guy? Is that one of his many guys?
I feel like it's a show guy. Like I think all of us as a whole were on him a couple months. Like I feel like this show is good for the quarterly Tom Hoagie show bet at triple digits, and we're all just extremely angry on Sunday. Then,
yeah,
I'll do it.
Yeah.
Screw it.
Yeah, you might do something. Do something on that. Does anybody have any interest in Rory? Is this I know since winning, but he's looking ahead. He wants to get back on track for the next major. At 14-1, is that a good Rory number? Or he's just playing so poorly right now, no, forget it. He accomplished what he was shooting to for so long, we're still in a position where you don't want to jump back there.
I don't know that I want to do it outright, but I did find a couple prices on Rory that I thought, okay, let's capitalize on a good player at an easy course. And MGM has a whole category for McIlroy round one specials. And to shoot 65 or lower is plus 120. I don't love that. To birdie the first hole, plus 240. How about bogey free round 1? Almost 5-1. I don't think that's impossible. I mean, this is such an easy course, guys. And it's not like he can't have a pretty solid Thursday and then fall apart over the weekend. I don't think bogey free at 9-2 is a bad bet at MGM. That's the one that I sort of got excited about. I almost jumped out of my chair when I saw that price.
You could see it too, right? Like he comes out of the gate hot Thursday. Everybody starts tweeting and talking about that he's fixed it, and then meltdown Sunday, and he just loses. I'll join you on that, Sam. I'm in on that.
He's also 2.25, Joe, top 10.
Yeah.
It's such an easy course.
It should. He should be there. And I was looking at strokes gained on the course. He's like top 5. It goes, there are guys that have a small sample that have only played it once or twice, and they've done great. So they're going to be at the very top, like Bhatia. Minwoo Lee, by the way, a T9 in 23. Tom Kim only played there twice. And then you get to Scheffler, Schauffele, Rory. Hideki, too. Yeah, kind of flying under the radar. I've seen some people that like him. He's played well here.
There's got to be some personal pride from McIlroy, I would think.
Yeah.
I know that the effort hasn't been great, and guys have reported that he's not training as hard as he used to, and maybe he's not taking things as seriously. But he got humbled and honestly embarrassed by that course at Oakmont. And I would think if anybody could channel it the right way and turn it around in one quick week and add the focus, I think it's Rory. So top 10, sure. Bogey free round 1, sure. I'm not quite there outright, but I think he has a better performance at the Travelers.
That makes sense. Yeah, I mean, lately we've seen a 47 at the PGA, misses the cut at RBC. That was probably embarrassing and not good enough last week. So let's see. Maybe you could turn it around. You are getting, even though he's a second favorite, like you're getting a decent number on the guy for the overall season that he's had. Joe O, Sammy P. We're going to be live on X coming up next hour, and we're going to start the 10 a.m. Eastern hour with our power rankings. NFL players that fell off the cliff. Our top 3 next, right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
We are live on X for the entire hour. Bet_sweats. Make sure you're following us there. You can watch the show. Check out the video version of the show if you normally check it out via the Odyssey app or Odyssey stations throughout the country. It's Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich. We're here weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on the BetMGM network. Sam on X at SB Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski, and we're live there. Also, you can hear us, BetMGMnetwork.com. That will take you right to the Odyssey app. So Wednesdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, we do Power Rankings. We figure out a topic that we want to discuss, and let's make Power Rankings out of it. Sam Panayonovich has decided that Saquon Barkley is going to fall off a cliff in 2025. I think that's what got us here. After cashing a big ticket on Offensive Player of the Year, it was very exciting run last season. We are looking at it honestly, though, and be like, man, that's a lot. That's a lot of work. And we'll see if he can back it up at this stage in his career. It is not the norm for players, but maybe Saquon is that special dude. So that made us think about players that fell off a cliff. And it happens quickly in this sport. And I think people typically consider running backs, and that's fair. But I was looking at a couple of other positions. Like, I'm going to bring up some receivers that fell off a cliff. But we've got a top 3 list. Per usual, Sam will start us off. If you have any players that you'd like to mention, you'd like to bring up, Bet_sweats over on X. But Sam, why don't you start us off? Players that fell off a cliff for you.
If you couldn't hear the sarcasm in my co-host's voice, I don't know what to tell you. I love Barkley. I don't know that he's going to fall off a cliff, but I certainly am not going to bet him at these ridiculous prices to win Offensive Player of the Year this year. The O-line is still intact. I have a little bit of a concern about Kellen Moore leaving the offensive coordinator to be the head coach of New Orleans, but I do think there's regression for Barkley. He did not make my list of players that fell off a cliff. So I may be a victim of recency bias here, Joe, as I go 3-2-1. This player signed a 4-year, $100 million contract on March 11th, 2024. $100 million in guarantees and a $50 million signing bonus. He was benched in that first season with the Atlanta Falcons. That is Kirk Cousins. I don't know that it's completely fair, but it's my list, so I'm going to do it. He was awful last year. And let's understand, comes off the Achilles, probably not fair to put him in this pedestal that he's going to throw for 25 touchdowns and 10 picks and have 4,000 yards. I mean, he had a couple of those seasons in Minnesota. How about the year in 22 when he threw for 4,500 yards, 29 touchdowns, and 14 picks? It's a pretty good year at age 34 in 2022. Here are the numbers last year. He had 18 touchdowns to 16 interceptions. Completion percentage was okay. The yards were down, but the record was awful. And I don't know that it was the greatest situation ever because they signed Kirko and then drafted Michael Penix Jr., which I guess in hindsight makes sense going forward. But at the time, you're like, wait a minute. You're going to pay this guy all this money in March and then draft his successor in April? Mm-hmm. Kind of weird. But I think they're glad they have Michael Penix because Kirk Cousins in Atlanta was a disaster. And to give him $100 million in guarantees and a $50 million signing bonus and have him come out and do that, it was bad. It was a very quick, I guess, collapse for Kirk Cousins. So I put him at number 3. It's fresh in my brain. I just saw it. We all talked about it. And when you see Michael Penix throwing lasers in Atlanta, you think, all right, that's the guy. Kirk Cousins at 37 next year. What do you got left? It was a nice career, 13 years, but I think it's over. And that guy made so much money. Career salary for Kirk Cousins is, oh, geez. I thought I had it there for a second. Not important. A lot of money. A lot more than I make. A lot more than Joe makes. So Kirk Cousins, number 3. I thought they had his career salary on Football Reference. I'll get back to you on that one.
You should do.
Number 2 on my list of players that fell off a cliff. Urban Meyer just said this was the best player he ever coached. And he was a 1,000-yard all-purpose guy, a receiver, some trick plays out of the backfield. He returned kicks. He returned punts. He was awesome in Minnesota. He was a Super Bowl champion in Seattle. And then he was out of the league at 28. Percy Harvin, former Florida Gator. This guy would touch the ball and go. And he was so good at making a man miss and then just taking off. Remember the return in the Super Bowl? He was just incredible. His first year in the NFL was 2009. He had 1,156 yards returning kicks and 790 yards receiving. Almost 2,000 combined. And then you add in the 135 rushing yards. He was an all-purpose guy. He could do anything. And he was a matchup nightmare. But then you had some issues. You had some injuries. He played, 13 games in 2014, 5 games in 2015, 2 games in 2016, and then that's it. Poof. He's gone. Offensive Rookie of the Year, year number 1, and then just slowly but surely just fell out of flavor. And, injuries played a part of that for sure. But Percy Harvin, to me, was one of the most dangerous players. As a kid who had to grow up as a Bears fan and then covered the Bears always had to know where Percy Harvin was in Minnesota. And then, do you remember, Joe, he played with the Jets? Played a couple years in Buffalo. I don't even remember those years for Percy Harvin. I remember it for sure as a Viking, as a Seahawk. But the end hit. And I don't think people expected it to hit after his 28-year-old season. So Percy Harvin, for me, was number 2. Number 1, this guy was arguably the best running back in the NFL for a very short window. He, was the Offensive Rookie of the Year. He had a bunch of accolades. He had, 1,000 yards 3 times, 10 touchdowns, 13 touchdowns, 17 touchdowns, 12 touchdowns. But then he's out of the league after he turned 26. This guy was also a monster in college at the University of Georgia. 3-time Pro Bowler, 2-time All-Pro. He had some MVP candidacies that obviously he never won, but he was in the mix for sure. And then after 1 year in Atlanta in 2020, see you later. Todd Gurley. 6'1", 225, 10th overall pick in the first round of the 2015 NFL draft. And I don't remember why it happened. I still think some people are puzzled by how that career ended so abruptly. Mm-hmm. I mean, he goes from being a 1,200-yard rusher in 2018 to being out of the league after 2020. A fall from grace, one would say. And it wasn't like he was all that banged up in his career. He played 13 games, 16, 15, 14, 15, 15. And that's it. Kaput. Done. I think some players would rather be out of the mix when they still got it. And he definitely still had it at age 26. But, man, he dominated in that early Ram regime. McVay comes into the mix. He was unbelievable. And I'll never forget that play when he went down, when the Rams were they laying 4.5, 5.5, and he was about to run into the end zone, and then he slid inside the 5-yard line, and everybody was, boo! That's a bum! Because they had Ram tickets, or they had Gurley in fantasy. I was living in Vegas for that one. I think that was 2018 or 2019 when Gurley took that slide and did not score the game-covering touchdown. But Todd Gurley was a monster, and then he wasn't. So that's my number 1, Todd Gurley.
That's a good one. Todd Gurley was one that I was considering. I think that you could probably go running back and have a pretty strong list. We were referencing it earlier when we were talking about regression candidates and what happens to a lot of guys after they get a ton of carries in 1 year. We could go all day with running backs. I always think back to Sean Alexander. It's kind of been the poster child of this conversation. And I'm looking back at that tweet, and boy, there's another name that pops. I'm like, oh, I should have had him. Like Larry Johnson with Kansas City. Didn't make my list because I feel like going all running backs is kind of the easy way out, and I'm glad that you mixed it up with different positions, but it happens, and it happens quickly in this league, and it isn't always running backs, even though you could make a very long list out of that position. So Sean Alexander is always like one of those dudes, but after 27, 28 with running back, they're going to go. And as you'll hear here, once you get to 30, you'll see him go at receiver. And that's where I'm going to start. At number 3 for my list, NFL players that fell off a cliff, I'm going to go to wideout. And I'm going to go to a crazy man by the name of Antonio Brown. This guy was so damn productive. He was a target monster. And in 2018, at 30 years old, he had 15 touchdowns. Don't forget, 7-time Pro Bowler, this guy. So 15 touchdowns in 2018. And after that, dealt with an injury, goes to New England, only 56 yards. Then a couple years in Tampa. And one of the years he cracked 500. Nothing for Antonio Brown. And then nobody wanted to take a chance on him for obvious reasons if you have seen any of his social media work. So Antonio Brown was number 3 for me. Number 2, I went with another receiver in that same era. Man, when he was good, he was unstoppable. Let's go to the Falcons. Julio Jones. This guy went from being as good as anyone to just, it was kind of sad near the end. Maybe he could be a slot receiver that could get you a few hundred yards. But yeah, I mean, Julio Jones was truly remarkable. At 30 years old, he had a 1,400-yard season. And then after that, it goes 700, 400, 300 to less than 100. He was on 4 different teams in 4 years: Atlanta, Tennessee, Tampa Bay, Philly. It felt like it was a sad, sad ending to Julio Jones. But don't forget what he was in his prime. So I put Julio Jones number 2, falling off a cliff. I did go back to running back, and this is a running back that we have not mentioned today. And I'm a little surprised, but maybe it's just because of the way it ended. Contract dispute. Did not play in 2018. And then it was over. It was all done. And he realized the mistake he made. I'm talking about Le'Veon Bell. Le'Veon Bell in 2017 had 406 touches. This is the kind of production that we're talking about. 406, almost 2,000 total yards, wants to get paid, says, I'm going to hold it out. I'm holding out. Okay. They call your bluff. He ends up holding out the entire season. Does not play in 2018. And he comes back in 2019, plays for a few more years, and really did nothing, Sam. We're talking about 3 touchdowns, 2 touchdowns, 2 touchdowns. Never the same after not playing. I think most people would say, hey, if Le'Veon Bell can go back in time, he ends up playing in 2018. But that's not what happened. He decides not to play, and it was all over for him. So my number 1 player that fell off a cliff, Le'Veon Bell. Number 2, Julio Jones. Number 3, Antonio Brown. I kind of went with that somewhat recent era, not quite a decade ago, but you could pick any era, come up with a number of players in the NFL.
Is Antonio Brown still falling off the cliff, considering
Yes.
some of the recent developments?
Oh, God, yeah. There's that, too. Yeah, I forgot about that story. I saw that one. Not surprising in the least. So, yeah, those guys end up making my list. I thought about, like A.J. Green or Russell Wilson, but Russ was more of a gradual decline. It is tougher for quarterbacks to completely fall off the cliff. Like running backs, receivers, we see it at a certain age, but there are a lot of quarterbacks that can play well into their mid-30s.
No doubt. And I appreciate you looking this up for Kirk Cousins. $294 million in career earnings. So he's going to be just fine. I don't think he cares that he made my list of players that fell off a cliff. Does not care. Gertz is following up to your list. He drafted Le'Veon Bell in the 2nd round the year that he sat out.
Because you thought he was going to play, right? Like, I was saying the same thing. We hear this every year, whatever, rolling my eyes, and then he ends up not playing.
Gurley had 30 touchdowns in 17 and 18 combined. So he went 13 and 17, and then he's out of the league a couple years later. I still don't know why he left. I'll never know.
Dude, Gertch is still haunted by this. Do you know how much fantasy football means to this guy? He's still
It means
about that
it means so much that he said he would sit between Casas and Evans on that 12-hour flight.
Oh, no.
To talk fantasy.
No. That was it. We got to talk about that a little bit. MLB card on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P. Bet Sweats, BetMGM
You're
Network.
listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
and nobody's there, and Devers off to the races. And he's going to stop at second. The Giants take the lead.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Did the fat talk kind of stop in the Boston area after April? Did he actually lose some weight, or they just got sick of talking about it?
You can lose weight in 2 months. You can.
Yeah.
I have. So if I can, he can.
Oh, after what? Was it Christmas? That was like half a year ago.
That was a stretch when you and I came back from our New Year's Eve break, our New Year's Day break. And I said, Joe, I'm just a fat piece of garbage right now. I'm like 15 pounds overweight. Everything in my sight is getting destroyed.
Yep.
I told you that one day we had ribs for lunch and then had lasagna for dinner. And I said, I don't really want lasagna. And then I'm eating it in the car with my bare hands on the way home. And then you said that all the Christmas cookies and candy were in your house and you couldn't stop the cosmic brownie consumption.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
How did you forget about the cosmic brownies?
Cosmic brownies are so good because I haven't had one in a while. I don't know why. Why? Because they're not in the house. If it's in the house, it's going to get eaten. I'm like, stop buying the crap. And then she would continue. Man. Yeah, it wasn't that bad in Myrtle Beach. It was just a lot of alcohol. So you replace the food with the alcohol. You know what that's like. So
no,
yeah,
not me.
We came back.
Never.
We came back from like New Year's break, and our faces barely fit in the frame. It was just so bad.
It was bad. And then we were doing shows. You were obviously at home, and then I was back in Chicago, and I didn't exactly have the camera lift at the Score. I had to buy a thing that would elevate the laptop. So my laptop is sitting basically under my chin and shooting up after 2 weeks of destroying my body with food and alcohol. But yeah, that's very easy to get down a rabbit hole. Contagious eating can really get sideways, which reminds me, last night, my buddy Scal out here, he makes these Detroit style pizzas. And I did, since we're on X right now, if you'd like to see these pizzas that he threw out last night, go to my page at SP Shoot. He does them in the pans, calls himself the Pan Pizza Poppy. And he did a buffalo chicken pizza, did a meatball pizza, he did a pepperoni and sausage, and then a chicken Caesar salad pizza. I posted all the pictures last night. He tried to send some home with me. I said, no, I don't need these in my house. To your point, don't need them in the house. I had a couple slices last night. Could have had more, but I put the red light up after a few, and that was it, man. But it's very easy to go down that path of destruction when you're not in the zone diet wise.
I've seen all of those tried except for the chicken Caesar salad pizza. Did you try that one?
Just trying it out. I tried.
Yeah.
It was fine. He did a garlic Caesar base. So
Sure.
when you got through the salad and the chicken, it was like eating a big crouton.
Yeah.
It was a decent idea. Not my first choice. I'm the buffalo chicken pizza guy. I love that.
There you go.
But yeah, if I would have stayed there all night, I wouldn't have made it home. And I would have probably not made it to work. I'd still be sleeping.
So Devers did not homer. That was going to be a popular bet yesterday. We knew that. And we told you the price is silly. We didn't bet it, but we talked about it. Double. Should have gone that road. 19th double of the season. Devers did get a couple of hits. Goes 2 for 5 in the evening. But the Giants lose 3-2 to Cleveland, a team that hasn't been playing very well. It was just about their opportunities. Runners in scoring position. San Francisco 1 for 13 in that game. So that was rough. It looks like we've got a full card today, Sammy. We'll talk to AJ Przinsky coming up 11 a.m. Eastern about a few issues going on in Major League Baseball. Guarantee that Devers in that scenario, that trade, is going to come up. But as far as today's card, where are you focused?
This line makes no sense. And I want to start with the game in Texas, 967 and 968. Bubic, who's been absolutely incredible so far this season, is on the road against show favorite Patrick Corbin.
Mm-hmm.
What's the price? Well, opened a quarter, KC minus 125, and the price has come in. Chris has $1.16. Pinnacle has $1.15. BetMGM down to $1.20. People are betting against Bubic and the Royals. So the money in the market is siding with Patrick Corbin, of all people, and the Rangers did not have a great night last night. So you would think this would just be a free space. I imagine if we were going to do Where's the Room MLB edition, Kansas City would be in there at minus 115, minus 120, and that scares the hell out of me. So I could be down with a little Patrick Corbin play at 8:05 Eastern tonight at plus 105.
Ooh, man, I thought you were going to go on the other side. Thought you were going to fade
No.
Corbin. Yeah.
No, that line stinks to all hell, man. There's no way.
Yep. Hear you on that one. All right, let's have the Colorado conversation.
Oh, buddy.
Do we do it? So now you're getting a very cheap price to go against Colorado. I think a lot of people are going to look at that. I see it as high as 180, but a lot of it in that 160 range. Colorado MGM has it at plus 135. You go to some other places, you can get a better number. 10 straight losses for the Nationals, and they're a $1.65 favorite. It's Marquez going on the bump for Colorado. Now, if you look at these offenses and where they are trending, you see why the Rockies are actually winning some games now. Because over the last couple of weeks, they're a top 3 offense as far as weighted runs created plus in baseball. The Nationals are a bottom 2. And that's why they have this long losing streak. I mean, Sam, we're talking about, it started against Texas and the Mets, but these last 5 losses, it's been Miami and Colorado at home in D.C. They can't hit for anything right now. And they're a $1.65 favorite. I know probably, I'm guessing your first thought, because it was my first thought, was, Colorado, really? I'm only getting $1.35? But right now, they are a lot better than Washington after losing 10 in a row. So I'm certainly considering the Rockies again with the way they're hitting. 7 home runs last night.
And you got some money left over and some from last night when you hit them at a nice plus price. You laid the case out almost perfectly yesterday and capitalized on it. I was saying, wow, Senzatella, how could you? But I was never going to fight you and go heads up on Washington. It just felt like the unbettable game for me. Did you have the Rockies smashing 7 home runs last night? Was that a part of the handicap too?
Never in life. Yeah.
Oh, man. Senzatella gets his second win of the season, and his ERA now 6.72. But that's a guy who wins that game yesterday. Soroka takes the loss. Rockies, I wouldn't argue with you again. I'm going to stay away from the game again.
Yep.
But I have a feeling you're going to do something there with Colorado, and there's no argument on this side of the fence. I want to talk about this afternoon game in Seattle. Great pitching matchup. Whew.
Yeah.
Crochet and Castillo. Red Sox and Mariners. I like the under. Overnight it was 7. Now it's down to 6.5. I still think it's a good bet. You hate to chase, a half a run, but 3-1, 2-1, something like that. Bullpens are both decent. I mean, nothing elite in the bullpen, but I think given Seattle's output yesterday, that certainly, I mean, as you know, as a coach, when you score 12 runs in one game, you'd like to save some for the next day. And I don't know that Seattle did. It's also not easy to hit Crochet. I mean, that Friday night game, my buddy Tommy and I went to Sox-Yankees. I didn't tell the story to you because you weren't here. Crochet comes in with a 1-run lead in the 9th, 1-0, and he's going for the complete game shutout. And he gets the first guy out, and then he gets Aaron Judge to 2 strikes, and he's throwing 100. And Judge is fouling balls off. And then Judge hits one out of the stadium to make it 1-1. And Crochet loses the decision. But I have no reason to think that this is a high-scoring game. So even at 6.5, I like the under in Boston, Seattle. That's 4:10 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well. That's a terrific pitching matchup. So that's going to be a good one to take a look at. I'm like, oh, am I going to do Boston again? But I think that's the right look as far as that goes. I was also taking a look at the Mets and the Braves. Man, look at this price. The Braves, the frustrating Braves to us this season. We're seeing, I see it as high as minus 190. BetMGM has minus 190. On the flip side, you can get the Mets at plus 155. I get the concern with going with Blackburn, but I'm looking at this Mets offense, and they're on fire. Right now, they're playing like the best offense in all of baseball. And I'm getting the Mets at a dog price of this. I mean, I see it as high as plus 165. Yeah, I'm just going to take the Mets in this spot. That's too much to go against the Mets at $1.90. I get it, Chris Sale, and he's at home, but I'll trust the Mets here.
Did you see how the Mets fell apart last night? Ooh, tough loss. Not that it's going to change their season or anything, but the Mets had a 4-1 lead. Braves get 3 in the bottom of the 8th to make it 4-4. And then Juan Soto, with nobody out in the 9th, gets doubled off first base on a fly ball to right field. Acuna went up, scaled the wall, caught it, throws it back. Soto didn't know where the ball was. Had no idea. So that looked like it could have been, a big inning for the Mets to maybe add a run or two. But Acuna goes up, makes the catch, doubles off Soto, and then the Braves win it in the bottom of the 10th. I think with a sac fly. I think it was Austin Riley. All these games run together, and I'm trying to spitball here. But it was a 5-4 winner for the Braves, who had at the time of the rally, the Braves had a 5% chance to win the game, and they end up winning it. So tough look there. But Atlanta, sac fly Austin Riley. Man, maybe a win that could propel them. I mean, for my hope that they can maybe go on a little bit of a run here, but I certainly don't want to lay $1.90 with Chris Sale today. So no opposition there either. I hope you're wrong, because I hope the Mets lose another game and the Braves win another game, but definitely not logging into my app or running to any kiosk or app to bet Atlanta minus 180, minus 190.
Mets now on a 4-game losing streak, so they're out to make sure they shut that thing down, especially against a division opponent. Things not getting easier for them. They've got 2 more with the Braves, then they go to the Phillies, then they go home to face the Braves once again. So tough patch here. So maybe they go through a bit of a skid. We shall see. But I'm back in the Mets, trusting their offense. Scooball's $3 favorite here. Is that too much? Detroit, Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh can't score, so I understand if you want to go against them. But, man, that's a monster number here. Scooball's great, but I couldn't get there in any way. But I also couldn't get there with Pittsburgh because of the offense.
I wouldn't lay it straight. I don't really like laying $3 in a one-off on a random Wednesday. I have better things to do. That said, what if you took your Rockies at a plus price and wheeled them with the Tigers on the money line? I wonder what that would pay out. Just a nice little exercise in parlay math. All right, so I checked the Tigers box. MGM has minus 295, and the Rockies at plus 135. That's plus 214, Joe.
Nah.
No.
I'm good.
No,
I'm good on that.
What?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm good on that.
Damn.
What about the Yankees? Are they more than $2 favorites? They've lost 5 in a row. They haven't scored a run since Saturday. Should we just be fading them? Taking the Angels here? I mean, $2.
How is Yarbrough laying 220?
I know. That's the game where, okay, this should not be the price. And you just blindly fade it.
No, I just cross him off as Rachel Phelps would say in Major League. Cross him off, then I have no interest at all. Either way.
Yeah, the price has gone down a little bit, so people are well aware what the Yankees are not doing at the plate. You know they're going to bust out of it sometime soon, but man, it's a long time. A lot of innings since they've scored a run. Even, was it Monday? They played 11. Those opportunities, runners starting at second base, and they still couldn't score any runs. Joe Sammy P., I hear there's going to be an unboxing. I'll get the details on the other side. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P, we'll get to an unboxing that I know next to nothing about coming up in a few minutes. We are live on X for the rest of the hour. AJ Pierzynski on Major League Baseball in 20 minutes from now. Next hour, we'll also check in with Derek Stevens Circa, talk about the big contest they have planned over at Circa Sports, and I'm sure we'll make our way out there to sign up at some point this summer. All right, what about the NBA Finals? We get what could be the last game of the NBA season coming up tomorrow. And watching Halliburton the other day, not making a bucket, deciding I'm going to stop shooting because this is not going well, there's been a bit of a confirmation on his injury, right, Sam?
Shams came out yesterday. Here's the tweet. Indiana Pacers star Tyrese Halliburton, believed to have suffered a strained right calf, will undergo an MRI to determine the severity of the strain. Sources tell ESPN. So that MRI is supposed to be today, and we shall see how that plays out tomorrow. But I expect him to play. The books expect him to play. The price on the game hasn't really changed that much. You know, it's 6.5, which is pretty in line with what it was in the earlier games of the series in Indiana. The one thing that has budged, though, the point prop on Halliburton, down to 13.5. It was 14.5 yesterday. Remember, it was 19.5 going into game number 1. So we have come down 6 points on the Halliburton point prop. And PRA was 31.5 in game number 1. It is down to 24.5 on the low end for game number 6.
Wonder if McConnell's going to get more run. It is what it is. You've got a couple of days to rest, but it's a hobbled Halliburton. So they know what the number's going to be. He's going to be out there. What do you have? 4 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists. So the 7 rebounds, 6 assists, that would scare me off on PRA or any combination if you're going to play the under. Points make sense. Throughout the series, we've seen 14, 17, 22, 18. And then what happened on Monday? Only 4, not making a bucket. Did play 34 minutes. So he's going to be out there. Like, if they're up and they're playing from out in front, he's going to be out there. If they're trailing, everything on the line, one last gasp here, you would think that he's going to be out there just about every moment. 13.5, that makes a lot of sense because you're just going in between what we just saw and what we saw earlier on in the series. Now, he has a potential to pour in 30+. We saw that once in the Knicks series, but that's not the expectation here with Halliburton. I expect to see him out there on the court nearly the entire game, even though some were saying like maybe McConnell should get some more love, but I don't see it. Like, this is the guy that got him there.
Don't you have to consider the thought that they might Coach Kilmer his ass up and shoot him up? I mean, that's if he injured something in game 5, you have how many? I mean, these teams play like every other week now, right? So you got enough time. You got enough time to get better. If it's a strained calf, I imagine that they've been working on him at all hours of the day. And what happens if that comes back negative today? Then you're going to see that 13.5 go back to 14.5. So I should probably, as somebody who was willing to bet over 14.5 yesterday, as we talked about, I must like 13.5 even more. So I think he's going to play. Obviously, you're a little concerned. And if he goes out there and isn't looking for a shot again, I'm going to lose that bet. But from where we were at 19.5 to where we are at 13.5, I think that's an over adjustment. Clearly, you make adjustments behind the counter, but oftentimes you can make over adjustments and the number goes too far. This is a guy that could easily get there if he's playing 30 minutes a game, 35 minutes a game. So I'm in the school of thought that he's not as hurt as some people believe. I could be way wrong there. I have no intel on that, but if you're willing to buy the dip on him, you get 13.5 now off of the 14.5 number that they were putting in your face yesterday.
For whatever it's worth, the trend has been that he's had one horrendous game per series. Now, this is due to injury. We all know it. You saw it if you were watching the game. But maybe that one's out of the way. I would bet that Halliburton does not do that again. That'd be my bet. And you're probably going to be at least somewhere within range of that 13.5, 14.5, whatever number, if you were to play it. But like a guy like Halliburton that struggles that much, now you got 2 days to rest. If they pull out the win, then you get 2 more days of rest since they're going to push it to Sunday, understandably. They don't want to have an NBA Finals game number 7 on a Saturday night. That makes a lot of sense to me. But yeah, that zigging while everybody's going to be zagging. Look, Halliburton didn't make a basket. He didn't. The volume wasn't there. Only shot it 6 times. Yeah, he's going to be out there. You're right about that. Feels like 13.5 is the ground floor. I can't see it going any lower.
It's days later, man. I mean, it's several nights of sleep and several days of rest, and he doesn't need to practice. What does he need to practice for? They know what he does. They know what he's capable of. So I imagine he's been off his feet a bunch in the last 48 hours, and you get a whole nother day today and a whole nother day tomorrow. I clearly he's not 100%. That much is obvious. But I think he's closer to maybe 80 than I heard somebody yesterday say he's playing at 65%. How do you know that? I think that's ridiculous. But that's what's being shoved down your throat on television. So people are watching these shows and people are betting off of what they hear on said shows. So 13.5 is just too low from a math standpoint for me. So I should probably bet it now before the MRI comes out positive, right? I mean, why would I wait?
Mm-hmm. Halliburton 1 for 11 on threes in the last 2 games. Maybe that continues against this tough defense, but I would probably bet not, even with the difficult matchup, because he was shooting much better in the first 3 games of the series. Joe O. Sammy P. This is BetSweat's BetMGM Network. All right, tell me about this unboxing. Like, I've heard about it, can't wait till Jake gets his package over at the studios in downtown Chicago. I have no idea what this is. Give me the backstory.
It's really not that big of a deal. I just wanted to give Jake something to put behind him when he's on camera, because we've had jugs of protein. We've had a Kirkland t-shirt. We've had, we got to take Jake full screen here to see exactly what I'm talking about. If you're watching on YouTube and X, we have a couple jars of protein. That's whey protein. What's the red thing there? What's going on in red?
Off.
That is a.
I turned the mic off to go and read.
I found this at a Goodwill. It's a St. Louis beer mug, but it's made out of the barrel of a baseball bat.
Oh,
so thrifted it. So, I mean, R.I.P. to redacted show name, but it was topical at the time.
So it's mostly Jake's workout stuff.
Yeah,
behind him. So I just thought we should send him something that he would appreciate. It's nothing expensive. I just thought it would get a laugh from Jake, and that's it. So there's the package right there.
Smaller
I wasn't
than I
even
thought.
trying to build it up to anything insane. It's something I know that Jake will appreciate. I'm sure he'll laugh at the name of the book, and then we can all go on with our lives. Go ahead, Jake. Rip it open.
I appreciate Sam having the implication that I can read, which was very nice of you. But I will say, when Sam texted me out of the blue, a week ago, hey, how do I mail something to you at the studio? I had no idea. I said, I don't know, just put my name and Score Studios and we'll see what happens. And it worked, because I got in today and Double D, David Dykstra, was like, you getting stuff sent to the studio? And I said, well, it's not from me, but it was gifted to me. All right, this is actually good, Sam. I have seen this. This is very funny. It's a book called All My Friends Are Dead. It's got a little dinosaur on it.
Yeah. I think you were thinking it was going to be something that you couldn't open at work on camera.
I was worried that we were not going to be able to do this segment. Because Sam just kept saying, it's a book, but I thought we might be getting led astray. But I appreciate this, Sam. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah. It was either that or the Julie DeCaro book, and I went with the All My Friends Are Dead book.
The back cover is very funny as well.
Is that a Grim Reaper on there?
Yep, sure is.
There you go. It all comes full circle. on the show.
Oh,
where's the room?
Man. Look at that. Yeah, nothing crazy, Joe. I just thought we need to build up Jake's things or background or whatever. So that's an easy
There's stockpile of random crap.
There's a JDC book.
You don't have it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, there's a book.
Well,
on what?
Joe's getting a package from Sam next. Joe's about to get an Amazon package.
It's called Sidelined: Sports, Culture, and Being a Woman in America. Yeah.
I forgot about that. I forgot about it.
How could you forget?
Oh, because I don't have it. That's why.
Neither do I.
You sure? Come on.
One of the best teammates I ever had in radio.
I love it when he makes a statement and then he goes right to the coffee mug.
Right to the cup. It's a great bit. It's a great bit.
If you're watching, that's how you know he's full of it. Did you do shows with him?
You don't remember Sam and Julie on 87.7 The Game?
No, I'm just still messed up by you and Riles. Rat hands.
Hey man, what's the big kid's name for the Cubs? The first baseman, the big kid.
The big kid.
Anthony Rizzo, him.
Yeah. Superstar in town. Yeah.
Hey man.
You had some good partners. Who else you have there? I think that's going to happen in this business. You're going to have some rough ones.
It's mostly Jerry and Julie, and then the occasional Mark Kerman.
Jake, who's the worst co-host you've had here on the BetMGM network?
They're all great.
All of them?
All of them.
I've seen some of them.
I love everybody.
You love them all? Okay, good stuff. You're sitting next to everybody on the plane, apparently. Right?
He's next to me. No,
I mean, don't lie. I did say on this show I was throwing women and children out of the way so I could get 1E next to Sam.
Wow. I mean, it's the first spot. You don't need to do that. But I get your point. All right, AJ Przybylski joins us next. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
at second. The Giants take the lead.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Yeah, certainly no shortage of storylines this week in Major League Baseball. You get Devers with his debut with the Giants last night, getting a double in that game. Had some interesting comments talking to the media about his role with that team. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. In a Foul Territory, we got AJ Przinsky. Check out Foul Territory weekdays, 1 o'clock Eastern, YouTube, everywhere. You can catch it via podcast as well. It's usually how I end up checking the show. How you doing, AJ?
How are y'all? We are still trying to figure out the truth in Boston. Now, I live here. I used to work for Fenway Sports Group. I think my narrative that I'm going to spin is that the Red Sox are no longer a priority for the owner. And I'm sure you've heard some of this as well. You know that LeBron is an investor in Fenway Sports Group. And it's eventually going to happen, man, where the NBA goes to Vegas. And who better to help that happen than LeBron? It just doesn't feel like they're putting as much money as they used to into the Red Sox. And that's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Well, you would know better than I would. When I played for them, they weren't. I mean, they were just starting. I played for the Red Sox 2014, so they were still trying hard. 2013, they won, obviously, but what you said makes sense. I mean, they're not spending the money that they spent, and this Devers trade, say what you want, it got personal, right? It got personal with John Henry. It got personal with Craig Breslow. It got personal with Rafael Devers, and it sucks because this guy that could have been there forever was the face of the franchise, and now he's a San Francisco Giant, and guess what? He's the face of the Giants instantly, like that.
Yeah, and the fans have every right to be upset because it's not only Devers, it's Mookie, it's Bogarts. They traded Sale for a bag of balls. He wins the Cy Young the next year. But think about it. They now own Liverpool. They just bought the Pittsburgh Penguins. It's a portfolio now, AJ. It's not just their little baby boy, the Boston Red Sox.
Well, who do you think makes more money? Liverpool, especially winning the Premier League this year, or the Red Sox?
Yep. Do I have to answer that one, Joe?
Yep. No, I think we know.
Liverpool didn't win the Champions League this year, so at least they didn't get that. They didn't get that, but they did win the Premier League. They get to go to the Champions League next year, right? So, listen, and they just spent how much on the Wirtz guy? I don't know how many, 100 million or whatever it was for. I mean, they have money, so I don't know much about hockey. I know the Panthers won again. Florida, we win everything these days. We know hockey, everything. We got it all going. So, but yeah, listen, Fenway Sports, John Henry and the Fenway Sports can do whatever they want. It seems odd to me, though, that, LeBron can invest in all these things while he's still playing. I didn't know that you could do that. I don't know. I know it's different sports, but you would know better than I would. But the whole thing is crazy. The Red Sox, you would think, would make a ton of money if they put a little bit of money into it. I know they still have to make a ton with Nesson and the Fenway. And, they sell out still every game and the concessions and everything around there. So I don't know why they would neglect that one out of the three. But, hey, I'm just a sports guy. I'm a baseball guy, and I don't know enough about the business side of it.
Well, what's funny is involving this Devers move, what most people are not talking as much about is the San Francisco side of things. And he contributes right away. He steps in. He's hitting third, as he should last night. And then he holds a press conference with the Giants media yesterday. And then you get the money quote. Talking about the bosses, they're the men in charge. I'm here to play wherever they want me to play. After everything that went down in Boston, when you see Devers say that, what's your reaction?
What I say about it being personal? What I say about it got personal? Something happened there, right? Something happened. Someone made him angry. Somebody changed him, and he got a fresh start. That's the best part, is he got a fresh start. And San Francisco instantly got better. They got a superstar. They got a guy they can market around. And you know what? They didn't have to give up a whole lot. I know. Listen, Jordan Hicks, nice pitcher. Harrison's got a potential to be a nice pitcher. Tibbs was the 13th pick, and the other guy, Bayo, nobody seems to know a whole heck of a lot about him. But they didn't have to give up Eldridge, who everyone was like, if they don't give up Eldridge, and what is happening here? And they didn't have to do it because the Red Sox just wanted to get rid of Devers so badly. And this is a big move. If you watched the press conference yesterday, did you see the face of Buster Posey? The excitement? He was like a kid. He was like, oh, we got Rafi Devers for basically guys we were happy to give up. And, he said the right things about the guys he gave up and all that. But at the end of the day, you got a proven superstar that can hit and it can hit home runs in that ballpark, something they haven't had in a long time.
Yeah, the last 30 home run hitter in San Francisco was Barry Bonds. Think about that.
Yeah, the year I was there. And that was 2004. That was 2004, and I played on that team.
It's built for a lefty with power. Let's look at some prices here. So MGM has the Giants at 9-1 to win the West, win the division, 13-1 to win the pennant. Which one's a better bet?
Win the pennant for me. For me, it's to win the pennant. I think the West, the Dodgers are too deep, and over the 162 games, I think that they will hold on, and they'll get guys back. They're going to get Snell back. They're going to get Glasnow back. They're going to get these guys back, right? And their lineup is just so good. Shohei pitched the other night. So I think over the long haul, the Dodgers are the best team. But let's say they get into the division series and the Giants run Webb and Robbie Ray and their bullpen, and Devers gets hot, and Willie Adames figures it out. They got to beat them 3 out of 5, and they beat them. Like, they can do it. That to me is a clearer path than over 162 games beating the Dodgers over that long haul.
With AJ Przinsky, check out Foul Territory weekdays 1:00 Eastern over on YouTube and elsewhere. AJ Castellanos, the consecutive game streak.
I just want to know what he said. You got
that's all I want.
Billy, tell me what he said. I text people like, what he's saying. They're like, nobody knows. And then there was the meme going around. I thought this was hilarious. Castellanos is a Miami guy. So he went up to, they were like, he went up to Robbie Thompson and said, the Panthers are going to win another one before Canada does because Topper's from Canada. I thought that was hilarious. And then the Panthers won, right? So, I mean, I don't know what he could have possibly said. I mean, he said something obviously that really pissed off Rob Thompson, and he's benched him. And then they got killed, they got crushed last night by the Marlins. And I don't know what Castellanos, I don't know if anyone interviewed him after the game, but I'm sure his thoughts were, he's an interesting fella already to begin with. And then you throw this whole thing on top of it. I can only imagine what it was going through his head.
You never made an inappropriate comment to one of your managers, did you? To Ozzy or anybody?
I don't know that I didn't really make inappropriate comments to the managers. I would just go in their office and have a conversation with people, right? Like I was the guy that had the conversation. Now, inappropriate, I mean, that depends on how you look at it. I never got benched for saying anything inappropriate. Maybe that's the right answer, right? Like, I mean, I would have, like, when I played for the Twins and we had Ron Gardenhire, heck, I had a seat in his office like every third day, and we would have a conversation about something that was going on. So, and we had, we're still friends, but it was one of those give and takes, and no, but I've never seen, I don't know if I've ever even heard of this before, an inappropriate comment, because he got taken out in like the 9th inning they were winning, and he took him out maybe for defense. I don't even know the whole story, but to get benched for a comment, he was mad he probably got taken out. So I don't know. I don't know.
Joe brought up yesterday, there is no way in hell that the Washington Nationals should be minus 200 against the Rockies. And he nailed that. Even with Senzatella on the hill, the Rockies were able to get a win. Price is a little bit shorter today. It's Parker against Marquez. Nationals minus 160. I think Joe's going back to the Rockies today. Do you love that or hate that? No?
So I've bet 2 days in a row, and our lock on Foul Territory has been the Nationals beating the Rockies, because the Rockies are hot right now. Oh, well, the Nationals have lost 10 in a row. Yesterday was 9 in a row. I'm like, they're not going to lose 10 in a row to the Rockies at home again. And guess what? They got crushed. Now 2 days ago they lost. They scored 3 runs in the 9th and beat them, came back. But I'm like, they can't do it again. So today, guess what? I'm not touching a Rockies game. I'm not touching the Nationals game. I'm going far, far away from that whole area. And the biggest thing for me that just drives me insane is we had Hunter Goodman on our show. Since then, he's hit 3 home runs. So I'm like, all right, well, maybe Hunter Goodman is the home run pick, because we had him on 2 days ago. He had 2 home runs and another home run. So he's hit 3 home runs in 2 days.
Man, the other day, the big story, we hit on Devers, but another big one, of course, Ohtani making his return to the bump. 28 pitches, 1 inning of work, does not have any strikeouts. A lot of the headlines, he touches 100, almost hit 100 twice in that. What was your reaction to Ohtani's performance? And I heard you talk about a Foul Territory that maybe there's something else we should watch out for Ohtani moving forward now that he's going to be pitching.
Yeah, watch it affect him his hitting. Watch how it affects his hitting. Because now he's got to worry about pitching every week or fifth day or sixth day, whatever they use him as. He's going to be tired. And I want to know how sore he was the day after. They don't talk about because he doesn't do a lot of media stuff. So, but will he have to get days off? Like, say he gets built up to 4 or 5 innings. They used to have to give him days off. This is his, second or third surgery he's had now. So will they have to give him days off? Will he run as much? Because running affects the legs, pitching affects the legs. And will his power dip? Listen, as a DH last year, he was full go offensively, right? 50-50, first guy we've ever seen do it. Will that change because he has to pitch? And you can say whatever you want, but it wears down your body. I'm sorry, it does.
I always have to try and shield and cover my hatred for the Cubs when I discuss the Cubs on this show. It's difficult.
Why?
I know.
Why? I never hide it. I never hide mine.
Well, I hate them. I always have. You know that. I think they might be legit. And I'm not saying pennant, World Series, but I think this team is still somehow underrated. Am I crazy for thinking that?
I don't know they're underrated. I think the odds that we see right there are -400 are pretty accurate that they should win this division fairly easily. The problem is they're in a national league that is so darn tough. We just talked about the Dodgers. We talked about the Giants. We haven't mentioned the Padres yet. We talked about the Phillies, right? We ain't talked about the Mets yet. And you think that at some point the Braves are going to figure it out and make some sort of a run to possibly get into the postseason. And if they get in with Sale and Strider in that lineup, they could be dangerous. So that I think is why it's so tough to look at the Cubs and say they're underrated. If anything, to me, they're just in a bad league. If they were in the American League, I'd be like, okay, they got a great chance to go to the World Series and possibly at least get there. I don't know if they could win it, but losing Justin Steele hurts. They need another starter. They probably need another reliever or two. Their offense has been incredible. PCA can make an argument for MVP. So I think they're a really good team, and you know how much it pains me to say that, but I think they're a really good team. I just think they're in the bad league. They got a bad draw for the league right now.
Cubs have the best run differential in National League. In the American League, it's the Yankees, even though they haven't scored since what? Saturday. Like, what's going on? Are you just looking at it and saying, okay, bad week, this happens over the course of a season, they're going to bounce back, or is there something to be concerned about here?
I think it's just a bad week. I think they've maybe ran into a couple pitchers that are hot. I mean, the Angels aren't known for their pitching, but they've shut them out a couple times in a row. Before that, they ran into the Red Sox, and they've been pitching, playing a little bit better. But I don't know. You know what it goes back to for me? Remember a couple years ago when Judge didn't hit in the playoffs and they couldn't score? Well, guess who's struggling right now? Aaron Judge. There's no Juan Soto to help him out, right? There's no Juan Soto being on first base after a walk. They have to pitch to Judge, and the other guys aren't really doing anything. So if Judge doesn't hit, and we saw in the Red Sox series, Judge got one hit, and it was like the only run they scored in 3 games. It was to tie the game off Crochet late, right? Other than that, they didn't score any runs because Judge didn't get any hits. He struck out almost every time. So if he doesn't hit, they don't go. And right now he's in a funk, which it happens to everybody over a game course of a season. If he doesn't hit, they don't go very well.
I was at that game Friday night. They left Crochet out there for the 9th, which was awesome. And he was still piping 100 in the 9th. So you got best hitter, best pitcher, come and get it. And that ball he hit was 100 on the gun, and he hit it even harder. That was what it's all about. Crochet and Judge in the 9th, 1-0 game. That was awesome. And now you get Crochet today. How about that pitching matchup? Crochet and Castillo in Seattle. That's going to be a fun one.
That's going to be fun. That's part of my lock today is Castillo over 17.5 outs. Because I think he's going to give you at least 6, if not longer, just because Red Sox don't score a ton of runs, and Castillo's had success against them, and he's pitching in I think it's called T-Mobile out there in Seattle now, where hitters go to die, apparently. So I love that one, and I think it's going to be low scoring. I'm not sure about the under because the under is like 7 or something.
6.5 now.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like that, it's hard for me to say. Like, no, they're not. 2 teams aren't going to score 6.5 runs, 7. So I looked at that one, but I'm like, man, I like Castillo giving me 6 innings because he routinely will go out there and give you 6 to 7 innings.
AJ, just have about 30 seconds left. Anything else today that you like, that you're looking at?
I mean, I'm taking the Cardinals over my White Sox today. Sonny Gray, it just is a good matchup. The White Sox aren't swinging it very well. The Cardinals need to win. And it seems like when teams need to win, they run into the Rockies or the White Sox and they get those wins. Or the A's. You can throw the A's in there too, right? The Rangers are struggling, sweep the White Sox, right? The Cardinals were struggling, they beat the White Sox. It just seems how it goes. And they have their best pitcher on the mound.
AJ Przinsky, Foul Territory. Check him out there, 1 o'clock Eastern weekdays. Thank you so much, AJ. Appreciate it as always.
Thanks, guys. Good luck.
Good stuff there with AJ Przinsky. Coming up next, we'll check in with Circus Sports' Derek Stevens, talk about their $1 million contest going down for this upcoming football season on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
hopping on, gave us some plays that he's looking at on today's full Major League Baseball card. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network, weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. And Sam, it's that time of the year where people ask the question, Derek, what's the guarantee? What's the guarantee? Well, let's find out from Derek Stevens over at Circus Sports. How you doing, Derek?
Good. How you guys doing today?
Man, I wish I was with you in Omaha doing Jello shots. That's what I wish.
I'll tell you what, we had a hell of a good time doing all that. That was a lot of fun with everybody. That was a terrific experience. I'm glad we were able to. We took a big crew out, like 35 people, so it was pretty special.
Man, Derek, you're living the life. Summer starts, you're gone. Was it a couple weeks ago? You were in my neck of the woods here in Chicago. You went to a Cubs game in Wrigley in the booth with Pat and Ron. What are you doing? The World Tour here?
Yeah, we had a good little run here. We Mike Palm and I got to call the third inning with Mr. Hughes. That was pretty amazing in Chicago. And then we're making our rounds here. This is the time you got to do it. It's not the busiest of times in Vegas, but August comes quickly around here, so we got to make it out and about while we can.
Joe and I are definitely going to be down there signing up for something. I imagine it's going to be million, maybe a Survivor. We asked Mitch if he could front the Grandissimo. Mitch has not returned my message, so we'll see about that. But this just feels like something that you keep adding to every year. You launched Circa a handful of years ago, and you've really taken the contest game by storm and grown the game and grown the guarantees and grown the pots. I don't want to ask you what's next, but it's impossible to think that you're not already thinking about another contest or two. So I applaud the creativity. I applaud all the buzz you've created around these contests. And I know, Joe, we're going to be, I'm going to guess million and Survivor. And then Derek, if we could get Mitch to sign off on the 100K, we'll do the Grandissimo.
Hey, I like that. I like the way your head's going on this one. No, you mean as far as talking about what's next, let's be honest about it. We every year I try to bite off a little more than we did the year prior. Last year in millions, we guaranteed $6 million. We almost got there, but we didn't get there. One of these years we're going to get there. So we're really hoping we get to $6 million because I'd like to have any overage go into these quarterly payouts. So we're pushing that. And then in Circus Survivor, last year we guaranteed $10 million. We came in, over, but we guaranteed 10. This year we bumped it to guaranteeing $15 million. So we got a pretty good sweat going right there. And then we thought, this was the year we wanted to bring out the third contest called Circa Grandissimo. I've had this one in the back of my mind for, I would say, the last couple of years, but I never wanted to do something that I thought would cannibalize Circus Survivor's growth. And I think that, this year it all kind of came together. We knew there was a demand for a higher entry fee Survivor-style contest. We knew there was demand to do it under the Circus Sports umbrella. And I just felt comfortable pulling the trigger on the $100,000 entry fee Circa Grandissimo this year. I think with the amount of inquiries we've had are pretty amazing. We've had one person sign up so far. We've got about 9 inquiries. So, I'm hopeful. But that's a sweat too. We're guaranteed $1.5 million in Circa Grandissimo.
Wow. Okay. So, man, I hope nobody misses the pick in the Grandissimo because that is something that we always take a look at. Could you imagine 100K entry and then you miss a pick? I was going to ask you, okay, so you got the 1.5 guarantee. Right after you made that announcement on the show, we started talking about it, and I threw it out to Sam. I'm just like, whoa, how many? We didn't know where to start. We had no idea. You've got to have a target, right? Like, what kind of numbers are you guys throwing around that you think you can get? Because this is just so much different. Nobody else has done this before.
Yeah, we think we can get 15 entries, between business owners, sports bettors, maybe some poker players coming out of the woodwork, a handful of angles like that. The one thing about Circuit Grandissimo, I think that there's an undue amount of publicity that's going to go with any entry. Ian Ritchie, full-time fantasy, was the first person to sign up. It's good for his business. I think there's a couple of pretty prolific sports bar owners and things like that could have a lot of fun with this. You're going to get a ton of publicity by entering. So there's a little bit of value that goes along with it. Plus, think about how much fun you're going to have in the month of September when you're doing something with, I don't know, anywhere between 10 to 20 people from around the country in the largest contest ever. It's pretty cool.
I was texting with Spanky the other day, and he was laying into me about how dumb it is to join Survivor because he never wins and he's always out by October. And I said, well, Spank, how many entries are you going to have? And he said, maybe 10, maybe 20. So I said, okay, well, wait a minute. What, how does that make sense? So you're not going to win, but you're going to join. And he told me he thinks he's due, Derek. So you have that in the back of his mind. Even though a guy knows he's probably not going to win, he's competitive enough to try and at least put in 10 or 15 entries at a dime a piece.
Yeah, I think. But think about something you just said there. If Spanky's getting knocked out by the end of October, well, if you're in Circuit Grandissimo, that's probably going to win it. I don't think it's going to make it to the end of October. Not with the small sample size. I mean, if we look on last year's first couple weeks, I don't think if we would have had Circuit Grandissimo, I doubt it would have gotten out of September because so many people got knocked out in the first couple weeks.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We'll be signing up. Spanky, you just got called out by Derek Stevens. Join Grandissimo. That's what he's telling you right then and there.
Boom.
Good stuff. Owner of Circus Sports, Derek Stevens, with us here on Bet Sweats. All right, let's talk some Lions. I know that's one of your favorite topics as well, in addition to Circus Survivor. What do you think, man? Lose the OC, lose the DC, a bunch of other assistants. Are you thinking we're still going to see a repeat of how they've been playing the last couple of years? I mean, that road schedule's rough, Derek. What are you thinking?
Well, I think a couple years ago, I think a couple years ago, the schedule was very favorable for the Lions. That was the year that I think they started, on Thursday Night Football. They won that game on the road, I think at Kansas City, and then it kind of went from there. And then, this schedule this year is brutal. It's one of the hardest schedules I've seen, of any team ever. So I think your expectations have to be a bit muted on what you think the Lions are going to do in the regular season. Now, I would say after you get through this schedule, if you make the playoffs, I think the Lions are going to be in pretty good shape because they will have dealt with a brutal schedule. So I think the key thing is they got to make the playoffs. But I mean, this is a team that may go 9-8. As good as they are, there's just so many things against them this year. It's pretty amazing.
I had one final question, and it's about my great home state of Illinois. They just keep moving the goalposts, man. And I don't want to throw you a curveball here, but 25 cents per wager for the first 20 million and then 50 cents after that. Now the bigger books are going to tax the customer. I mean, how difficult is it to do business in a state that keeps moving the goalposts? I also, my big fear, Derek, is that this happens. If it works in Illinois, they're going to try to do it in New York. And if it works in New York, they're going to try to do it in Pennsylvania. And we work so hard to get people out of the illegal market into the legal market. And it only takes one state or two to kind of change the narrative, man. I can't imagine that's easy for business going into that state now.
No, I mean, it was a great day for all the illegal bookmakers here out the country and all the offshores, that's for sure. Because they're the biggest beneficiaries here. Let's go through who's the loser on it. I mean, the loser on it is the federal government because you're going to have a reduced amount of legal handle, which means you reduce having to pay the federal excise tax. That goes to the federal government. Then you take a look at the leagues. The leagues, they get a benefit of a tax on handle as well. So that's going to go offshore. Offshore guys don't pay the leagues. So MLB, PGA, they're all gonna lose out. Look at the data sites like the Sport Radars, BetGenius, they're gonna lose out. Then you take about who's in the middle. Well, maybe the state of Illinois. Maybe they'll generate more revenue because of the higher tax rate, but they're gonna lose some as well. So we have to see how that plays out, how that weighs out, and then who are the absolute losers in the deal? It's going to be the legal operators, and it's going to be the consumer because the consumer's got to pay it. I mean, the legal operators can't pay it. FanDuel, DraftKings, they're not going to. It doesn't make sense to have a 50-cent wager tax on something when somebody's betting $2. Now, the thing about the models that FanDuel, DraftKings, and others use, they're heavily orientated towards parlays and very, very large hold percentages. So, at some point, either they would have had to put a higher minimum bet out there or just charge the fee. And I think that's what they both said. They're both going to do September 1st is just charge the 50-cent fee. As far as Circus Sports goes, because we're smaller, we're holding off on making our decision publicly. We've gone through a handful of different scenarios, but we're going to make a move. There's no question about it. But we're evaluating a pretty broad range of different options. But there's no choice. It's not like you can just stand pat. It's unfortunate because I think like in the middle of the night while this happened, I don't think there was anyone that really understood this industry very well that hammered home this tax rate. And it's not really a great thing for the legal operators. I mean, it's not something that makes me want to invest a hell of a lot more in Illinois. I mean, I'm doing a hell of a lot with the Blackhawks, with the Cubs, with Marquee, with bars all over the state. We're in a pretty good, let's say, I don't know, between $15 to $18 million worth of marketing and fees and things like this in Illinois. And that would continue to grow, but it's not going to because of this. So it's really unfortunate that it kind of came to that. And the illegal guys are gonna pick up all the rest.
They keep changing the game, man. I was covering it when legalization happened, and it was a 15% rate. But like every year or two, you go back, like, okay, they're pushing this, now they're pushing that. Would you have even entered Illinois if you knew this is the rules that they were going to be playing by?
Well, I would tell you, under this scenario, I've said we never want to enter New York because of those regs. And now Illinois has become worse. So I've been outspoken about, New York's not the right market. Now we're invested. I mean, I got multi-year contracts with the Blackhawks, with the jersey patch, multi-year contracts, for our skin with Full House, the casino in Waukegan and whatnot.
Right.
So we're in, but would I enter today? Nope. I mean, I guarantee there's no one's going to want to enter Illinois at this point. It's not a sustainable tax and regulatory environment. It's not something that makes sense going forward. There's just not enough. Although Illinois has got a massive population, there's really not enough bettors in the state of Illinois to justify it. So I think you're going to see a pretty dramatic shift on wagering that goes across the border. One thing I think that's a little bit different today than in years past is capital is a little more fluid than what it used to be. You got a guy sitting in Springfield, Illinois. He might be calling his brother over in Indiana, hey, make these plays for me. It's not anything that the operator can control in any way. So I think you're going to see a decent amount of lower level handle that's going to be exiting Illinois.
I think you're right. You're all over it. Derek Stevens, appreciate the honesty. Circus Sports, make sure you check out those contests. Myself and Sam will be heading out at some point this summer to sign up. Thank you, Derek.
Hey, look forward to seeing you guys in Vegas. We'll have a couple beers together. Thanks a lot, guys.
Sounds good. Appreciate it. Man. Yeah, not happy, and I certainly understand why. They continue to change the game. All right, lightning bets on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P. Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Yo, Sammy P. We'll get to our lightning bets coming up in just a few minutes today. For today's card, a lot of Major League Baseball. We wait on the NBA, NHL season now over. We are laughing because we realize that as much of America is laughing at Canada today, because once again, the drought continues 32 years. It's very mean. But I noticed that what Paramount is doing, it looks like Canada and Australia, Paramount is pulling certain South Park episodes, and South Park fans are slowly realizing, wait, I can't find this episode. I can't find that episode. And all these stories, it seems like the one they keep going back to is Butter's very own episode is the one that it seems like they're pulling everywhere.
I was trying to think of the ones that they probably could pull. That's when his mom tries to kill him, right? In the murder-suicide. Isn't that the episode? I'm pretty sure that's the Butters episode.
I'm reading this one article. It says, presumably Paramount pulled Butter's very own episode from certain markets over South Park's not-so-subtle accusations toward O.J. Simpson, John and Patsy Ramsey, and Gary Condit. So, yeah, people suspected of murder.
The Butters episode is when his mom tries to kill him, and then the dad is, like, closeted gay. And like it's a whole thing. I mean, that's the episode. I don't know how more descriptive I can be about it. But his mom is trying to take him out, and then his dad's living a secret life, because Butter's mom is having an affair. So it's a whole like family dynamic twist. It's very very entertaining. But I could see how that could maybe be pulled off of the library. The other one is the Wheel of Fortune episode. I mean, that one pushes a lot of boundaries. I'm not even going to go there. Don't worry. To any of our bosses listening, I'm not going there. Although a fantastic Jesse Jackson impersonation. That entire episode. It is so funny when he apologize. Oh man. Oh.
I think I'm going to spend some time on Paramount this afternoon because it's raining here. There's nothing else to do. So, wife's out of town. Hey, son, let's watch South Park.
Oh, you could a couple
parenting.
Of them, like the episode when they do Cartman Land. That's a good one. The Kanye Fish Sticks episode. Got to be careful there. And then of course the pandemic episode was outstanding. That one just came out, obviously, after the COVID pandemic, but that's a good one when they're all yelling at each other on the Zoom call, and the principal, hey, all right, everybody respect each other, and he keeps muting everybody. Oh man, Simpsons and Family Guy are a lot of people's favorites. I think South Park. I mean, Simpsons is still my favorite, but South Park is right there.
You'd go Simpsons 1?
Yeah, only because I watched it longer. I mean, I started watching that when I was 6 or 7 years old, and it's the longest running animation show of all time. I mean, there's something to be said about that.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. God, I still remember. I mean, so long has that been out there. Remember when the shirts were so popular and areas in the South were trying to get those removed? Like back then, don't have a cow man was like a big thing, like huge. Bart said you can't wear these shirts or that shirts. And now you look around, what's happening? Like, come on. Like that's really a big deal. That was nothing compared to what you see now. Speaking of good parenting, Kelly Stafford always finds a way to put herself in the news. I don't know if it's promotion for her podcast or what it is, Matthew Stafford's wife. But I hear where she's coming from. She's saying that taking weed gummies makes her a better parent to their 4 daughters. I don't know that that's something that you want to say publicly, even though pretty much everybody is taking them at this point, right?
It would depend on what the dosage is. Is she 2 milligrams or is she 20? I mean, that's a huge difference. people are doing the really smaller ones now. When those things first came onto the stage, it
Chill
was
'em out,
like
yeah.
your buddies that were making them at home, and you never knew what you were going to get. Now everything is so tapered down, and they make these really little ones now where they're like a milligram or 2. They don't even affect a lot of people, but it's just that balance that some people seek. I mean, if she's hoarding 10s and 20s every day, all day, that's a problem. But I don't know. I don't know why she would say that publicly, I guess, to back up what you said.
10's legit. Yeah. I haven't done it a lot, but buddy of mine was cutting them in half, and he was going to give one to me. But he was talking, and it was sitting on the table, and I didn't realize he was going to cut them in half, and I just took the whole thing. Like that was a good afternoon. That felt good. But yeah, I mean, I took a deep sleep one. Like, man, you get a rock solid sleep too. Like they've got them for every kind of mood, everything you're looking for nowadays. Anyway,
I mistakenly in Denver one time ate 100 by mistake. 100.
No, the whole thing.
Swear to God. Swear to God.
And
I was paralyzed.
100.
I didn't know it was 100. I'm not actually proud of that moment.
How'd you find out?
Supposed to go because he got home from my buddy worked at a grow house, and they were having all these different things, come out of the grow house. They were doing chocolates and candies, and obviously they had the regular green. And he goes, yeah, help yourself. So he gave me his key. I went to his place. There was a chocolate bar in the fridge. I smoked it. No pun intended. And he got home and he's like, you didn't eat that chocolate bar, did you? I'm like, yeah. He goes, that was 100 milligrams. And I was like, I'm fine. And then I got hit by a train. And I fell asleep at Coors Field in the 3rd inning.
Oh, okay. So it was like you were just dead to the world. It wasn't, you weren't going crazy. you were,
no, it was just,
they were dragging you around.
Yeah, they basically got me out of Coors Field in a crane that night.
Oh my God.
Not really, but kind of. It was a mistake. I didn't know. It was, why would you leave 100 laying out there for me? I was a rat and I found the cheese, and then I got smacked.
Yep. Oh man, 100 is insane.
I never
One day?
want 100 again.
Last a day,
dude. I ate it in one sitting. What do you mean one day? I ate.
No, I'm saying the
bar,
effects. The effects. Was it like just that one day?
No, there's a grogginess the next day. That's
yeah.
Like there's just this malaise. It's like a cloud that hangs over you. I wouldn't recommend. Would not.
Yeah. So I can't do NyQuil. Like, and it's a much smaller scale, but if I'm sick and I take it, like the entire show the next day, it's like, yeah, this cloud that you just can't.
No,
just so groggy.
I don't even do them. I can't do them anymore. Too old.
100. All right, what are your lightning bets? I don't think you have 100 of those.
No, I like the under 6.5. I thought it was funny that AJ was like, "That's a low number." He's right, but I still think it's good. Under 6.5, Boston and Seattle. And let me buy this dip on Halliburton. Now, I'm gambling a little bit here because I don't know what the MRI is going to conclude, but I don't envision him not playing tomorrow. And if they rule him in, let's say the MRI is negative and he's going to play and he plays 30 minutes, I don't expect the point prop to be 13.5. And I can go over at minus 102, minus 105. Everybody's betting the under. So I'll buy the dip, 13.5 points over.
All right. Very good. I like it. I think that's probably the floor as far as that goes. We'll break down that entire game, more props and all that tomorrow on the show right here on Bet Sweats. All right, Major League Baseball, I'm going to do it. I'll be kicking myself later, but I'm going to take the Rockies at plus 135. Their offense is near the top in baseball over the last couple of weeks, believe it or not, and Washington right at the very bottom. A team that has lost 10 in a row, and they're laying $1.65. Give me a break. I'm going to take the Rockies. Can't believe I'm doing it. Plus 135. And also, give me the Mets. This is too much. The Braves should not be nearly $2 favorites. I'm trusting that Mets offense, and I'm going to roll with Blackburn in this. Plus 155. So a couple of dogs in Major League Baseball. Did you have any golf, or you just kind of couldn't get there on anybody?
I like Rory top 10 at plus 225. That was the price at BetMGM. Let me check real quick and see if there's another number that's a little bit bigger. Top 10 at the Travelers. Let's see. Top 10 finish. Ooh, that came down like crazy. $1.45 now? Is that right? I saw 2.25 this morning.
Oh, wow.
When we talked about it, wasn't it 2.25?
That's what you mentioned. I didn't look it up, but
I mean, that was the number that was on my page this morning. Yeah, that's wild. Oh, that was first round top 10. Yeah, count me in on that. Let me do first round top 10 plus 225. That's what it was. It wasn't overall. It was first round that I read. So, correction, Rory top 10, first round, plus 2.25. We got there, Joe. We got there.
Good stuff. I'm going to go. I got to go Ben Griffin at 40-1 with the way he's trending. Top 10, last 4 tournaments, majors as well. Cracked top 10 this past week over at the U.S. Open. So I'm going to go there. And boy, there's a few guys that I really like in the range that I like to bet. And I'm talking 35 to 50 range. I'm going to go Ben Griffin and another guy that's red hot. I'm going to go with Russell Henley. Let's go there. He's sitting at 40-1, and I like his form overall. This could be a course where he really gets it done. Top 10, his last 2 tournaments, he was another guy, top 10 over the weekend. So I'm going to go with Henley there at 40. Jake, you got anything?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Griffin as well. You sold me on that. I'm going to go the Astros on the run line tonight. Severino is terrible at home, and I can't believe we're lining LSU as a dog. Did anybody watch the game Saturday? Arkansas has played a ton of baseball the last 2 days as well. Give me LSU as dogs on the money line. That's way wrong.
All right, very good. That's our guy, Jake Hassan. For Sam Panianovich, I'm Joe Ostrowski. Back tomorrow morning right here on Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
From the BetMGM Network, it's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning on this Wednesday. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final 60 minutes, the Panthers hoist the cup for the second straight season. A recap of last night's Stanley Cup final is ahead. In 20 minutes, we'll check in on the latest in the majors, including the Rafi Devers trade that everyone's still talking about. That's when we bring in Gabe Wax from USA Today. The Donkster and our best bets come your way at 8:40. And welcome to our audience on Stadium. Good to have you here for our final hour. You can stream us on the Bally Sports Live app or on BallySportsLive.com. This morning, man, it was a dicey road to get here. I had quite the adventure because if you're just now joining the show, I would take Metro, but you can't really rely on it, and I would end up being late to work, I think, more often than not, which I don't want to do that, so I take an Uber or a Lyft. This morning I took a Lyft. Early on, this guy was banging, man. I get in the car. He was playing the Loonies. I got 5 on it. That's an old school raps, a great song. And I'm like, all right, I'm down for this. Let's go. He misses the turn. I'm not paying attention. I'm just like looking at headlines, getting ready for the show, learning some facts at the last second. And so he